Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe and from the universe. So, with that said, my title for actually, it's still tonight versus tomorrow, um, is Monstro Invisibale. Okay. And I wrote it out like that on purpose. It means invisible monster. That's what it means. And there are so many stories and sci fi and that kind of thing. And a lot of different anime and, animation and so forth. And a lot of it has to do with different kinds of monsters and the fact that there are people with some kind of superhuman something, right? Or magic. And either the magic or the superhuman something defeats the monsters. Not always, a lot of times the good guys get their butts kicked. And so, as some of you may know, um, there are things that, uh, Davina, how are you? Not quite good morning here yet. Almost, almost. We got 28 minutes before it's actually 12 o'clock. But good morning to you. It'll be there soon. But my spirit guides give me these crazy little, topics for discussion. And this last one has been in my brain usually about 3 days. I usually take about 3 days when they pop something in my head, and it gives me a chance to mull over the situation. But they were the dream state in the mystery was I'm glad you're doing well. Good, good. Or glad you're doing good. That's well. Anyway, I used to always have a problem with good and well. But anyway, the two words in the correct. But anyway, um, and that's good. Well, maybe. So the topic of monsters around us, invisible monsters. Now, there are invisible critters, okay? Many of us have taken pictures of orbs and other types of things with the digital cameras and so forth. Now, many years ago, when we still had film, uh, some of us were taking pictures and we had these strange little orbs sitting on the film, and we just thought it was, something else. Um, but so for a lot of folks, the idea that there may be something invisible around us is not such a crazy idea, because folks have been taking pictures of stuff, right? So keep that in mind. Now, but the invisible monsters is much more hard to grasp. You can't necessarily take a picture of it. Now, some of these are, you know, um, spiritual kind of beings and interdimensional beings, but the really big monsters, the ones we really need to worry about, are the ones that are right in front of us. And you say, well, Hawkeye, what the heck are you talking about? Well, what I'm talking about is things like government, okay? And going to just use that as a basis. I'm not going to go into it, but I'm just going to show the differences, okay? So we've got the D's and we've got the R's, okay? You know what that represents. And then you've got the dark side, the black ops, okay? Which a lot of folks just even in that government, whether they're D or R's, doesn't matter, that they don't know about it. So it has become so big and in a lot of ways uncontrollable, it is to many folks an invisible monster. Absolutely. You go, well, maybe, but no, no, no. Do we really know what's going on with them folks? I mean, seriously, and should we be worried? There are a lot of people who've worked in those kind of industries and worked in black ops and stuff like that. So we absolutely know that it exists, but you can't see it. But if you ask people in the know and so forth, they say, well, it's this giant thing, conspiracy, whatever. But then doesn't that kind of classify some of the things that, you know, would be monstrous, you know? Uh, I mean, now, okay, now I'm still using government. Hey, how are you there, ganja man? So I want to point this out because people just don't realize that these things have actually become an entity unto themselves. Okay. Um, when I was in the prison system, all right, I got busted years ago in Tampa, served a year in prison. It was going to be like 20 years in prison, and got my sentence commuted and so forth. But I don't want to get into that. But because my sentence got commuted, and because I worked in within the system, I was in the prison system, who discussed it with the judicial system. Okay, not necessarily connected, but they really are. Okay, so there is this monster of stuff that goes on between legal and I don't know what. For example, I got busted actually two times, once in Florida and once up here at my house. But when I got busted in Florida, we had some guns in the back seat of a Pinto, covered up with some stuff so nobody would steal them. And I had a 22 Magnum, Winchester style, looked like something from out west, right? The old time out west. Looked like a 30-30 Winchester kind of thing, right? With the lever action. Beautiful gun. So I got arrested with possession of a firearm. But when it came time, nobody could find the gun. Nobody. It never got to evidence. Nobody within the police department knew where the gun went, or the sheriff's department, or the folks. And so they had to drop the charge. So you say, well, wait a minute. Well, what do you mean by a monster? There is a hidden monstrous activity, which to me is a monstrosity. But every county, every jail, every judicial system, any of it, there is this dark, good old boy network. I'll just leave it at that. And so, in some cases, there's a lot of money involved. There's a lot of this and that and blah, blah, blah. Chloe, how are you? Cheers and blessings back to you. So, but anyway, you say, well, Dave, why are you bringing this up right now? Hawkeye, why does this seem to be important? Well, because in a lot of ways, they're showing us monsters in all different kinds of venues, okay? And we think of these monsters as being these big, Godzilla kind of stuff, right? But what about the monsters we can't see? And what about the superheroes that have, quote, in many cases died in the line of duty, that we will never know their names because they were working against the dark state. Take that what you will. But the D's have their own dark, the R's have their own dark, and then there's the dark that has nothing to do with either one of those two related political D or R's, right? Donkeys or, um, yeah. elephants. Yeah, there's folks in between, and that's sort of its own little kind of weird critter. Uh, and because here's the thing, if you have a thought about it, and there are so many people that believe or trying to like, those folks that got pissed off from the Democrats and the Republicans, and at first went to Bernie. I did. And then he let us all down. And I was like, oh, see that monster? Did you see that monster? One monster come in and gobbled up the Bernie group, you see. And you say, wait a minute, what happened? One of the invisible monsters walked up and they had a little talk, and the smaller monster just either ran away or got eaten up or something. Okay. So you wait a minute. Well, well, what happened almost this time last year? There was this invisible monster that, regardless of what we said or did or believed, me here in the state of Georgia, there's still a lot of people pissed off about this last January. So it's coming up on a year. But you see, there's an invisible monster right there. Who was controlling what? How did it happen? How did it spill out? All the other states that had these giant monsters that somehow we all thought, wait a minute, ain't it obvious? And the monster gobbled it up, gobbled up the information, gobbled up anybody that wanted to discuss it. It got lost, right? It got gobbled up by the monster, the invisible monster. Well, wait a minute. Would you not? Yeah, it was an invisible, and easy for you to say, an invisible monster that got a hold of whatever it was in each individual state, but all the states collectively gobbled it up, and now we are where we are now, right? So the truth seekers 2 years ago with the C-19 stuff, those folks who tried to be honest and about this and about that, and it just gobbled up, and the monster put us all in cages. And you say, well, what monster is that? Is it invisible? Can you really see it? Well, they said you better do this or else. Okay. So did anybody actually, in some places they did, but did anybody, or did you see anybody actually do something to make you do it? You know what I mean? But there was this invisible monster that went across the land and around the world and put a mask on everybody. Well, And so this monster has been traveling around, and people are like, and there are different places that I've been locally and in different states and all. Sometimes it seems like the monster never showed up there, but then there are other places where the monster is still lurking, and it's like, what? Oh yeah, there are people that are so terrified now of the new one. Hold your nose and close your eyes, and I'm like, okay. So that anybody that would get the flu, of course, they've named it, but every year they have named the flu. Just say it. And the really bad ones they named, like the Spanish flu and stuff like that. But here's a point. So you may have the flu, but is it their kind? And then there are people who have symptoms, and you end up with their kind. So, but how does this large machination in the medical field, in politics, in society, in religions, and in churches, and in schools? Oh, and then there's the educational uh, invisible monster. Now, they say it's above board and they have meetings and teachers' meetings and stuff like that. And then there are decisions made that show up in states, in counties, and school systems. And people go, where did this come from? Well, and we got to do this now. It's a new mandate. Well, that's one great big giant invisible monster, the mandate. Okay. And they give these monsters names, right? So a mandate is monster because they've mandated something that you really can't see. It's not necessarily tangible. You know what I mean? Well, we mandate that you do this, or the monster is going to get you, right? So there's the monster who's forcing you to do the mandate. The mandate itself is a monster, but then if you don't do it, then the other monster's gonna pick up and do the cleanup work, like stomp in and make you do it, or kill you, or something, right? So this idea is, are there? Let me back up a second. Have a drink of coffee and say hi to everybody. You can overcome it. People's mind is powerful. Oh my gosh, yeah. Sending positive, yes, positive energy to everybody. But um, so many people are focused. Let me have something to drink. Now, in my musings and mullings over the last couple of days, and what do the spirits and why they want me to talk about this monster thing? And here's the thing, I'm always talking about the quantum energy and that the universal source is all around us and all that kind of stuff. And I absolutely believe it. So why is this particular, like, especially now with all the weirdness going on, why, for me, why this discussion of invisible monsters? And I was like, and why did they want me to put it in the title, kind of sort of not necessarily in Spanish, but, you know, Monstro Invisibale, rather than write it invisible monster? Okay, brother, you too. We'll see you later. Sleep well. So, but the invisible monster. So let's. I hate to talk about the government, but we're going to stick with black ops for a minute because it's like a really easy one to recognize as an example. So a lot of stuff goes into they're going to develop these things over here, and so there's a lot of dark uh, science and industry and stuff going on, right? Um, and they tell us about it. Some stuff slips out, and people work in the industries, and we hear little tidbits of stuff like that. Hey, Miss Pearl, and same to you. But as these invisible monsters, though, you say, well, okay, for example, Social Security is a monster, all right? And you say, well, they mandate this and this, but there are people in the line, like judges and other people, that will deny you. I was denied for 6 years after having went through this thing and over and over and over and over. And then the judge from Savannah, when I applied for my disability in Thomasville, the judge for that area of Social Security, actually, I almost wished some bad things to happen to him. And my attorney, who's in Moultrie, now it's only 30 miles distance between them, but Moultrie's in a different district. I'm actually in Colquitt County, which is Moultrie. So when I went back to my attorney, he said, you've been denied twice. I'm tired of this. We're going to apply in this district. Okay. I said, okay. 60 days later, I had my Social Security and an apology letter from the judge up in Macon about the judge in Savannah and apologized for his behavior. But after 5 years of applying for disability, I never got what I should have got. I should have gotten $1,200 a month. But because of the 5 year span and not working and so forth, I ended up getting 850 a month instead of 1,200. So the government cheated me. The judges cheated. The system cheated. Every time I filled out a form, it got weird. Hey, Jody, how are you? Travis, howdy. So that can anybody see what's going on? It's a big monster. And the monster is worse in some places and not so bad in others, right? But it's still a monster and you can't see it. So many people I know my age and around and so forth that literally have, are on crutches or something, can't walk, can't honestly hold down a job. I tried so hard to get another job after I lost my job that went to Mexico. And I even went to the state and because I had been serviced by the state. That sounds like a weird. I had one of my operations was paid for, maybe the two of them were, to try to correct the surgery in my neck. And, so I could use my hands again to be productive. And I was in school taking CAD drafting, see? So I was trying to do better. So I got out of the building construction industry, went back to school to learn something so I could be ergonomically and not worry about my neck or falling off the ladders. You know what I mean? you know. So I was making the effort, okay? So, and the state of Georgia helped pay some of my tuition through some of the programs at the time. And to get the operation done, I went through the Department of Disability within the state of Georgia, which talk about another monster. But they every test they did, every doctor, everything, every referral, they all said the same thing. This guy can't do what he used to do. No, he has severe neck injuries. Okay. And, but, as far it, and also because of the brain injuries I had as well. So, Mossy Man, how are you? I didn't get 6 years back pay. And he apologized in his letter. He said, I'm sorry. They had just passed a law, George Bush and the bums. And he said, I'm sorry, I can only go back so many months. I'm sorry. I'm sorry they changed the law. The judge down in Savannah sucks. I mean, but he did the best he could within the parameters of the law from his end. But anyway, so that's a silent thing that was going around because people, for me, I've been working since I was 13 years old. Okay. They've been taking Social Security out on me since I was 13. Now the law that they changed, this is the monster, right? So they went in, nobody really noticed, and they said, well, if you're applying for a Social Security or whatever, then and if you're working and you get one of those statements in the mail, mine said 1,200, 1,250, something like that. I remember 1,200, and I was like, so if anything ever happens to me, I'd get $1,200 a month. And I was like, well, that's like a third of my paycheck at the time, but I could live, right? So the monsters got into the system and changed the rules. So it used to be that Social Security went all the way back to the date they started taking out. And then they said, that ain't working for us, right? So they would only go back 20 years. Or, like for me, because I was applying for disability, I was going to school, I was trying to do better. They said, no, you're too young. There's nothing wrong with you. Nah. So the monster inside changed it. So because I hadn't worked in a couple of years because of trying to get disability, and I had not paid in to Social Security, even though I've been working since 13, they dropped the 1200 to like 1150, 11, 1050, 10, 959 until it got to 850. So they decreased it because the judge was the reason I didn't get my Social Security. And the system was the reason that my pay got cut because of the new law that George Bush and them, because they needed to steal money out of the Social Security thing to, guess what? Pay for their black projects. Okay. So, and so how do I know this stuff exists? Well, duh. I have been involved in this from the inside myself, along with a lot of other people. This ain't like, I'm not just an isolated case, okay? And so within the system, there are the laws. And within the system, there are the judges. And within the system, there are rules within the system. And then there's all the invisible stuff. If somebody within the system don't like your ass, then stuff won't get done. I mean, it just won't. It'll get put over here. They'll like, okay, well, we don't, Mr. Knowles, 59 years old. He's still got a couple of years left in him and all this other kind of stuff. So they got a guy from the state of Georgia, okay, who's one of those gentlemen who works within the disability in the system within the state of Georgia to rehabilitate folks, right? I wanted to go back to work. And so after all the tests, after almost a year of putting stuff together, they got this guy to testify. And the gentleman from the state of Georgia said, we can't find this guy a job unless you find a company that's willing to work with his disability. This is almost word for word, that he is unemployable. And you know what the judge said to that? Well, thank you for your opinion, and dismissed the evidence from the state. Now, there are monsters within each of these, and there are lots of good people too, don't get me wrong. But you can't see it. But for people who it's affected their lives, they have been affected greatly by these invisible monsters that literally eat us up. Now, to my point, as I was getting my disability, I was like 61 years old. So I damn near to the point of or 59 or so. Anyway, it's only been like 10 years ago, ish. So people who have been seriously injured, not their fault, bad car accidents that somebody else ran into them, no insurance, stuff ran out, but they still got these severe disabilities, right? The one friend of mine had scoliosis. I mean, she'd lift up the back of her shirt and you could see her spine look like this. They wouldn't give the woman a disability because of her scoliosis. She couldn't walk, could barely sit. She couldn't, and she was pissed about it because, she was not middle aged at all, and was like, no, I still want to do stuff and I can't. So there were those people who the system said, well, you just want a free ride. Okay. I was making $40,000 a year. I want to give up making $40,000 a year at being an engineer and a draftsman and computer draw, CAD drawer, to take $12,000 a year. Wait, I'm going to cut my salary by, you know, 3/4. So I'm going to volunteer because, quote, I don't want to work. I'm going to get rid of 3/4 of my salary because I want to be lazy. What? I'm sorry. That just to me, well, but see, that's what they think. Well, you're just going to lay around the house and make $1,200 a month. Well, hang on. I paid that money into the system that says I should get it if anything happens to me. But now you've made these rules, the monster that you can't see, but it's called Social Security, and inside the system and all the different rules and the this and the that and the judges and the this and personal opinions that ain't supposed to be there. Um, and then the apologies by the righteous folks. We are so sorry you had these problems with that guy. Now, I don't know whatever happened, but there were several people who were like, you know, I was like, if you write a petition for me to sign or for some, to get rid of this guy, impeach him, I'll sign it. And here, and we got proof. And here's the letter from a federal district judge to prove it. Right. So, but inside the machine, there's so many little tiny parts, and the rest of the machine could be running great. Pick whatever you want, right? But one tiny little bearing that, like, I'm going to use a reference for a car, okay? In the engine there is a timing belt, okay? You may or may not know what it is, but there's a timing belt, and the timing belt has what's called a tensioner. Now, all it is a round steel wheel that's on a heavy duty spring. And what it does is it keeps constant pressure on the belt. Well, you also have one for your fan belt, okay, a serpentine belt. There is a wheel but here's the thing: all that wheel does is just go around. It just goes around. But if that bearing goes out, and it could break the belt. It could, lots of stuff could happen if that bearing on that thing. Is it integral? Well, yeah. I mean, it keeps the belt tight. So when it starts squealing and whatever, I mean, it could seize up, and then your belt rubs across it versus rolling. I mean, so the potential's there. But my point is, everything else is fine on the engine. But in order to get to that, um, that tensioner on the on the timing belt, you got to take the whole front end of the engine out. I know I've done it several times, and actually my truck kind of sort of needs it now. But anyway, but to the point though, it's a bearing. It squeals, it not, and if it does it, you better just go ahead and stop, because if you don't, it could very well tear up your timing belt, and then lots of other stuff bad will happen to your engine. So that little bearing could become a monstrous problem to the engine. You see what I'm saying? So there are different things within each of these, like quiet stuff. Well, what about the CIA? Well, there's, quote, if you could call it the legit CIA. And then there is the cronies on the phone doing stuff that even their colleagues don't know about. So there's if you want to call it the deep state, and then there's the other deep state. It's what ain't being wrote down. It's what they don't talk about in public. It's what is the cronies know, and whatever little gizmo or, I mean, there were times within the plant, for example, when I worked in plant, that we would get a pool started. Maybe it was a football game, and sometimes it was a local game. And because Tipp County, they were really whooping some butt back in the day. And so they were like, they're going to win the championship. They're going to win the thing. And so there was a pool started, right? And $2 in, $5 in, whatever it was, right? But here's the thing: if nobody else, if you didn't work at Prestolite, or weren't a family member or whatever, you didn't know that there was a football pool on for the local football game, right? It was internal. See, so there are lots of stuff, and nobody else in any of the Prestolite plants knew that there was a football pool. You know what I mean? So There's stuff that goes on between people in small groups and large groups. Now, why does any of this matter now? Here's the deal. You know they're trying to scare us to death again. And you know they're trying, they always got stuff they want to push, right? And the D's, it seems like, and the R's, not so much. And then those folks, we don't even know, okay? But we do know they're there. I mean, there are other countries. I myself, I look at the news and people are talking about old Uncle Joe that's moving kind of slow. And people, when they get done watching old Joe, they look at each other and they go, "Who's running the country? Honest to God, who's running this place? It ain't him, you know. It ain't the other. It ain't the girl. Who's running the place? Honest to God, who's running the place? It's that invisible monster. Well, it doesn't exist. Okay, so an invisible monster will still leave footprints in the snow or the mud, or depending on how big it is, in the grass. It'll tear down trees and bushes. You can at least tell it was there. Well, Bigfoot. Okay, have we seen it? Well, we've had a lot of castings of footprints. So there is this other evidence, right, that it exists. But in so many words, it's an invisible monster. Or, folks would call it a monster if you've seen it in the woods and scared the crap out of you, right? So, why is it really important that we bring this up now? It's because some of these monsters, okay, and I'm just going to stick with Social Security for a moment, because there have people trying to get disability, and because the ruling within the system says that you must show that you're getting worse. So for every time you go into an interview, well, if you're still the same, then you're not getting worse, then you must not be disabled. Wait a minute. So you have to constantly show that there's degradation within your body, your system, or whatever. And people have actually died from it. A month after they get their Social Security, they die. 2 or 3 months after they get Social Security, they die. And I've talked about this with lawyers who are, attorneys, Social Security attorneys, and with other people within the system, because the system requires that you get sicker and in order to qualify to be on Social Security. Disability. Okay, disability. So they put people on hold, and if they're really disabled, honest to God, they might just actually die, and then they won't have to worry about paying anything out, except maybe the 250 for death benefits, right? But then oh, look how much money we saved the system, right? While the black ops is swiping money out of our Social Security system to fund some of their projects, thanks to George Bush and company back when two Bush two, right? Okay, it's 40 minutes in. They might be killed by dew. Yes. Oh my God, the test they put us through in order to prove that we're disabled, or that we actually, I mean, I've got x-rays and MRIs and stuff. I got a scar right here on my neck that shows that I've had neck surgery. I've got scars on both hips where they took the iliac crest off to use for the bone fusion in my neck. I have physical proof, okay, without going to any other kind of stuff. Here, you want to look at my scars, please? Here you go. There's one. But anyway, oh, well, that's not enough proof. Really? You know, okay. But there are people within the system. Their job is to slow it down, to slow people down. If somebody is obvious in a wheelchair and is like sitting, like this, then maybe, you know, there are people that actually, honestly, after a car accident, you know, pretty much, well, they still have minimal use of their arm, but the rest of them, that's it. They don't have anybody to take care of them. The parents are too old. They can't get this or that. There are no state facilities or whatever to take care of these folks. And Social Security goes, well, well, all we can give you is about $500 a month in a stipend. What? Oh my God. It is horrible. That is another monster. Now, monsters, monsters, monsters. Things that we can't actually see, but by the footprints we can tell something's going on. Now, why is it important? It's always been important, but there are so many different factions of the monsters, and some of these monsters are getting real intent and real intense. The Fauci brothers and all that kind of stuff. It's because these entities that we can't see, but mandates people to have to do or whatever, giant invisible hands come down and make people do things. It's messing with the cosmic forces. It's messing with you and me and our just regular thought pattern. Whether we watch the news or not, it's bleeding through because the intensity of these invisible monsters are even though you can't, but it's the judge who denied me for twice. It's the people who supported him. That's negative energy, right? But they think they're working for the betterment of the machine. But there's people suffering, there are people dying, there are people going hungry, etc., because of this bad part of the machine. That bearing has gone bad on that camshaft follower and is eating the camshaft belt up. Okay. And so it's ready to break. And there are some people that get burned, that die, get sicker. And they created a new disease when I was getting mine because people were dying trying to get disability. The doctors and neurologists and folks in the business were going, well, I treated this guy, and yes, he had issues, but 6 months later, he's dead. Why? Because the system said you must get sicker. Now, I went through it, and I was like, I realized that after I got my disability, I didn't have to gauge my sickness on a daily basis and report it, because that's basically what you had to do. You had to keep a log, you had to do this, blah, 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 blah. So, and every time I went to the doctor, I had to be slightly worse somewhere. And I was not going to improve because of, the operations and this and that. But that the long term effects and old age was kicking in, especially in my late 50s. And so it wasn't like I was 20 years old trying to get disability, okay? I'm an old man who's been fallen and couldn't get up. I've had lots of accidents, lots of other, I've had broken bones and stuff, and proof of these things. Proof within the state that through the Disability Association within the state of Georgia. I thought I'd try to go back to work, give me a job. I really do want to be productive. I don't want to be a strain on the system, Honestly, that was my thought. And the system screwed me and screwed me and screwed me and damn near killed me, along with other people that I know that went through the same regiment that I went through. Now, it hasn't gotten any better. So there is this ugly monster within the Social Security system that is trying to make people sicker to prove how disabled they are. What? What? Wait a minute. But it's the truth, okay? There are literally people dying and suffering because of this, because they don't want to give out any more than they have to. But to immigrants and other people, here's the money. But for those of us who have legitimately worked and paid our taxes, they deny it. Does it exist? Yes. Can you see it? No. Is it in the system? Yes. Are there people in the system that knows that it's wrong, there's something wrong with the system? Yeah. Do we know the government's broken in a lot of ways? Yes. But how do you fix the monster? Because whatever's wrong has become a monster. Okay. Not because any particular person within it is a monster of the now, there are monsters in the system, personally, you know. But I mean, like for the state of Georgia, rehabilitation program, okay? There were folks in there who were like, nah, he'll find a job somewhere, he don't qualify. But wait a minute, I can't. I've tried. And I'm here because I'm desperate and I want to work. Hey, Michelle. So, but then the machine somehow gobbles up the fact that I want to work, that I don't want to be disabled. I want the state, because they know a bunch of people in industries, to help me find a company that will work within my parameters. I will work my ass off, and I've got so much proof of how much money I saved Prestolite over the years. I mean, like almost 100 million in 6 years. And better tooling and wasted over just stuff. And I can prove it, with invoices and and we had to do monthly reports, and we had to, and turn it into the general management. I would have monthly meetings with the plant manager to discuss certain things. He even sent me to Toronto on a secret mission, several times. And but anyway, so even within the corporation that I worked, because I was an independent contractor, he could not ask anyone within the company to go do what I did, okay? Because I was copying a machine that actually belonged to Delco Remy Chevrolet. And we were Ford and Chrysler, and we're going to basically, I was going to re-engineer and draw, which is what I did. I took they didn't have, the people who had this machine rented it. If it went bad, they sent it back. They sent them another one. They didn't have any prints of this thing. So I went up to Toronto several times and took the machine apart, literally drew every single piece to scale, and then came back to Georgia and then built the machine, made drawings for them, part numbers, the whole 9 yards. Nothing existed, right? But because I was an independent contractor, I wasn't an employee of Prestolite. Otherwise, it would have been against the law, seriously, within the business, and there could have been some shit. Now, nothing ever happened with that. But the thing is that it was kind of sort of, within business, it, looking, through a telescope at somebody's machine and going, ooh, that's how they do that. Anyway. So why is all that? So there are these silent things going on so many levels, on every company, every something. There's something quiet going on. There's a boss they don't like, or one of the managers is schlepping somebody, or male or female, doesn't matter, right? But the fact that There's always some kind of subterfuge or something. And you know what I'm talking about. I don't care if it's the McDonald's, if it's the post office, if it whatever it is, there's something else underlying going on. Ooh, I missed 220. So I'm going to take a short break here. But here's the thing. What my folks upstairs are asking me to convey to you is that there is energy that has gotten into the ether. And because it exists, even though we can't see it, it is still part of the quantum. There is still an energy within the system, and that's the invisible monster. Like I said, we can see the footprints, like me. There are the judge's remarks, there are things, there's stuff, personal remarks the judge wrote to me when he denied me. I mean, it was really outrageously. I should have sued the man, but I was too sick and didn't understand at the time. Because the medical system, in all their attempts to, quote, help people, actually damn near killed me. So with all this, oh, we're doing great things. Oh, we're going to help you. Oh, they lied their ass off. And oh, they damn near killed me. And oh, the Social Security, there's nothing wrong with the system. Well, they were fair. Well, then why did the judge say that the other guy was nuts? I mean, oh, and they work for the same system, just a different district. Well, now, wait a minute. So, all the different districts, even within the state of Georgia, all the different districts around the United States, and all the different judges and people and personalities, and people are getting screwed. The system, because it has become this invisible monster with all these people's personalities within the deep state. There's the CIA, and then there's the CIA where they just talk about stuff and don't say nothing. Nothing's written down. But there's this underlying, like I was saying about Prestolite, we all knew there was a football pool, for the local game, but nobody else did, And unless you had someone who worked at Prestolite, then you didn't know that there was a football pool, right? But it within the CIA, I'm using the football pool as it, but pick a subject. So there are people who are working on it, and you see cop shows all the time where they write something down in the folder, and then 2 or 3 people are sitting around the desk talking about it. That's the invisible monster. It's the discussion of stuff that never gets written down. Those spoken words, whatever and however it's said. So, all right, so it's a burglary, somebody's stuff. So they've written down a list of stuff, but when the folks are talking about it, well, they say, well, there's that Jimmy guy. We've arrested him several times, and he's had possession of stolen goods, and we've proved it. Maybe we should check him out. They don't write that down, but the machine is working. You see what I'm saying? And within the system, it's going on, but nobody else sees that one of the cops swings by Jimmy's house to kind of check on what's going on, right? So it's silent, it's there within the system. People might know, well, me and Detective Joe over here, we told the captain about it, but there might not be anybody else know that somebody's going to swing by old Joe's place, you see. But it happens, or the thought is there. It's into the invisible monster. Okay. Well, you say, well, that's not really a monster. Oh, but it's still invisible. Okay, invisible critter entity. It becomes an entity of itself without being able to see it. Well, there are reports. Okay, but the report doesn't show the invisible monster or creature, right? Well, but it's proof that the creature exists because you got the memo. What? Yeah. And so every person that reads the memo in some way, shape, or form has taken part of the creature, monster or otherwise, right? Because they read it, that nobody else has read it, they've not seen it. If I read a report about something, and I'm going to talk to somebody else about it, that has become spoken, whatever the discussion is, into the ether, into the quantum. Okay. So these things actually take shape without any form. Weird, right? Yeah, the last 3 or 4 days, they've been, dropping this stuff in my ear. Hey, SD. Hey, oh, Isby's in the house too. Um, so when I did the video, a couple of videos back about, our intentions being swiped. Well, in all of these invisible energies that do exist, now you have to go, well, it doesn't really exist. Well, in every office building, every donut shop, there are conversations going on about certain things. And if it's 20 people working on a missing child's case, then that has taken on, and people will even say it's taken on a life of its own, right? Well, we started this thing and now it's taken on a life of its own. Well, this person got, and she went, and then all of a sudden there are people donating and there are people looking, and what do the people say who are it has taken on a life of its own. Can we see it? Well, if it's a search party, you can see the individual people, but can you see the people working behind the scenes who may be making phone calls or putting up posters, or you may see someone put up a poster or someone hand you one, but you don't see everybody working together. They just are. Is anybody saying, well, now in some places they say, well, you cover this neighborhood and you cover this one. They don't tell you most of the time. Well, make sure you get Davis Street and Margaret Avenue and this one, and make sure you, maybe if somebody's that, they'll just say, get the word out in this neighborhood or get the word out over here, or so. But by getting the word out, it has become an entity and has somehow become a life of its own. So we've got proof of the things that we do in positive ways. Now, sometimes it's related to someone missing or somebody's very sick. We need to raise some money and help them with the hospital, or a house is burned down like ours did, and the word went out, and all of a sudden we just had all kinds of stuff give to us. We didn't even know where it come from. Okay. So I have been a recipient of gifts like that. And so, and it takes on a life of its own because somebody told somebody and somebody told somebody, and the next thing you know, there's a box of clothes or shoes or pots and pans or whatever, because we lost everything when the house burned down. And 2 weeks ago was like uh, an anniversary because it happened around Thanksgiving at the end of at the end of November. But so this time of year, winter time, no house, no place to stay, all our clothes, all of our belongings, everything is gone. And what do you do, right? Because everything we had, like chainsaws and stuff, and fireplaces, and all of it gone, right? So, but then there's this especially depending on where you are, but there is this invisible thing when the word goes out, and it just happens. you know a couple of years ago there was a friend of mine that they'd had an issue, and my friend Marcia, who passed away this year, she was like, "Dad, you got anything around the house? These people got a something something something." So Marcia came over and I got up a box of dishes and plates and a bunch of silverware and stuff that was in my brother's trailer. And I said, "Here, I don't need all this. I still got stuff I need to give away. But I was like, here, if they don't have anything, they can throw it away or pass it on if they don't need it. But here you go. And she had gathered up a box of stuff, and so anyway, and there were some old shirts and some other folks have left clothes here over the years, and like, here, I don't wear this, and this belongs. I don't, just send it. So I was sending gifts that nobody asked. My friend calls up, but as part of this silent machine that just sort of develops, I hadn't intended to give that stuff away at the moment until I was asked, you know. And then I donated other things that I was like, let me get rid of this too. Maybe they could use this, maybe they have children or whatever, right? So, but gathering of things silently or whatever, it just kind of sort of takes on a life of its own. It just, whoever's there or whatever, and then the people get the stuff, right? Whether it's a lot of stuff or not enough stuff or whatever, it takes place, right? Some folks are more, and it just depends on the time of whatever is necessary. But the idea, though, that that's not a monster, but it is some kind of entity. And I would say it's an entity of love because it gets passed around. People find things and give them with their heart with pure intent, without any second thoughts. Well, I gave this thing away, but I gave it to somebody, their house burnt down or something happened, and it was like, I hope they could use it. And yeah, they feel good about it, but they're not really sure that the people used your item. So, because I've talked with other people and we've donated. And so the thing is though, we hope they could use it and or they passed it on to someone else who could. So, in working with churches and people and certain organizations over the years, hey, Steve, how are you? Witch Moon, how are you? So the monster part of this are those entities, like, I'm talking politics now. I'm staying out of big words. So it's the D's, the donkeys, against the R, which don't rhyme with elephant. And then there's the dark side that both of them, there's, the deeper state, it's the dark ops folks, right? So we all know that stuff goes there. Congress kind of sort of talks about it. There are secret projects they're not allowed to talk about. So it becomes an invisible. If it's dealing with bombs and stuff, I would consider that a monster versus people getting together up stuff for someone whose house is burned down. You know what I mean? Different level. So, but what was showed to me these last few days really strong to the point where they were like putting my face in it. And I was like, well, there's another one. Yeah, there's another monster. Yep, there's one. Oh, holy shit. The whole place is covered with monsters. And I ain't even got to the outer space stuff. I'm talking about stuff on the planet. Okay. Now, are there monsters or people we would consider these some of these aliens monstrous? Now, someone who kills a bunch of people, or the Jim Jones, when everybody took the drink and all them people died and all that, he was a monster. Ted Bundy was a monster. So we've had those folks that are supposedly people that we have dictated as monsters. Okay. Well, there are people within the systems, like I said an hour ago when a lot of you weren't here, was that when I got busted down in Florida, I had a 22 Magnum Winchester style rifle. And they charged me with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, even though it was in the back seat of a Pinto. Okay, with what, so you had to left the seats, and so trying to get anything out of the back seat of a Pinto is a chore back in the day, but it was covered up with clothes and stuff. So it wasn't like we could have got the gun out and had a shootout with the cops. No. But of course, they wanted to make it look like that. But when it came time to find the gun, it had never made it to properties. So the invisible something gobbled up that gun. Now I was quite pleased about that, even though it was supposed to be returned to a relative or whatever. But it never got to the police station, and if it did, it never was evidence room. It was never There was never a number given to it. There was nothing. So there was like, well, we had to drop this charge, which carried 5 years at the time. So I was like, there goes one. But here's the thing. And when I got busted here at my house, I had a 20 gauge single shot shotgun. Beautiful. It was like a Smith and Wesson. And I had made a deal with a guy years ago and bought this gun. Nobody knew it, right? Because I'm a felon. So I had it back in the closet, back in a corner. I said, I was handcuffed, and I said, it's back there. He couldn't find it. I was like, dude, man, if you let me have my hands off, no, you might shoot us. And I was like, dude, it's a single. I told him what kind of gun it was. Well, here's the thing. So when it came time for all the information and everything to come up at my trial, they couldn't find that 20 gauge single shot shotgun either. Now, this is Colquitt County. That was Florida. So there are incidents, it doesn't matter where you are, stuff disappears from the legal system, guns and things and stuff and evidence. And people go, well, blah, blah, blah. So where's the justice in that, right? So there is this invisible monster within the Justice Department. Okay. What? Well, we know that there is no justice for us mere peons and those folks who, oh, let me throw this in. Okay. Have you seen the recent pictures of Miss Billary? Okay. It is so not her. I mean, I'm like, what? And everybody's convinced it's her. And if you go back to the 60s and 70s, and even when she was, I'm sorry, I meant in the 90s when Bill was pres, and when she was like, the secretary, whatever, from her cheekbones down, her jaw's too thin. From here to here is wrong. I looked at the pictures today, and there's one with Bill like leaning in and all that kind of stuff. If you think that's her, that's like close from here up, the cheeks and up here and this, but from her cheeks and her nose down, it ain't her. I'm just saying. But I was like, what? Secrets. That secret, whatever's going on, it's secret. But we know it's there. And some of us are going, look, right there. That ain't, look, look, look. And people go, what? No, that's her, because she's with Bill, and they say it's her. Okay, never mind. I say it to y'all because I just could not believe the pictures I was seeing today. And I was like, man, you know, Billary was in the news during the 90s all the time. And her face was much fuller down here, the cheeks and her jawbone. I'm telling you, it ain't her, you know. We saw her every day in the damn news or some picture of her. This person I saw today in the pictures ain't her. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. I know in my heart it ain't her. Why? Because the invisible giant left footprints, but they have since kind of come in and swept them over and passed. And I don't think this person's picture that recently is the same person a few months ago, because the from here down was different. Her lower jaw and everything was a little more fuller. Okay. But this one, the current pictures, that ain't her. Like, whatever it is. But anyway, enough of that. But so, because there is this underlying tension, conspiracy, people going, that ain't her, like me, but they don't say nothing to nobody else because nobody gonna pay attention to them, right? Folks that are quietly going, it ain't her. And there it goes into the ether. It has become part of the quantum, the vibrations, the little thingies. It's all somehow has gotten into the ether. So the vibrations of stuff, and some of these things are so, like for me when I was going getting my Social Security, it was so tangible. There was a literal taste in the air. I mean, it was just, whatever the situation, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, literally. And I've been in, the prison thing and going before judges. And I mean, you talk about wanting to pee your pants in front of everybody when a judge, hits that gavel and says 20 years, you know, and then they say, but that 20 years is rescinded or whatever, but they have to say you're sentenced to 20 years. And when that gavel comes down and you're standing there and you're thinking, oh, holy shit, I thought I made a deal. And then he hesitates and lets it sink in a minute. And then he said, but we have, that you're going to work with a probation officer, blah, 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 blah. And you're going to serve a year state time within the county, which is all what happened with me. But that there's a lot of the Sergeant Castleberry went to the judge and talked to him. And my free counsel district, I can't think of the name of it. You will get a free attorney kind of thing. Well, I'm the guy that did me goes, would he come up? We didn't see each other that often, but he was like, I don't know what you did. He said, but Judge Miller has called us in. And I was like, what? And he said, who do you know at the jail? And he said, three very heavy hitters from the Hillsborough County Jail has talked with your judge, who is Judge Miller, who has your case. And I don't know who you know or what you did. I ain't going to ask no questions. But he said, we got a hearing in 2 weeks and it was going to take us a month. And I was like, really? So, and because down there, 2 weeks is like quick. Okay. And then I was sentenced, and then because they will hold your sentencing as long as they can to keep you in jail. Um, and they just love to draw it out. So for me to have made a deal within the system, like Sergeant Castleberry, is like, look, buddy, I'll work for you for a year, here in the kitchen. I know you, you know me. We got a little thing going on over there. Everybody works together, and and we make this kitchen hum. Plus, I knew where all the good stuff was in the freezer. And vegetables and fruit, and Castleberry would buy us a case of sweet potatoes because on Sundays when he came in, which were quiet, Sundays he came in to do the ordering and menus for the next week, and I'd fry up sweet potatoes and have them ready when he came in. Great big huge mound of fried sweet potatoes. And me and him would sit in the air conditioned office in there and eat fried sweet potatoes and bullshit, for half a day. While he was filling out he'd ask me, to go check how much stock we had, how many cans of whatever, right? Hey, Greenie, how are you? Anybody else come in that I missed? But anyway, so within the system, there was a system in the system, right? There was a system in the kitchen. There was, if the kitchen didn't work right, there were a lot of pissed. There were 800 people pissed off. Okay, behind bars and otherwise. And so, but when Castleberry talked to the lieutenant who knew me in the kitchen personally because I made him sandwiches on second shift, and he went to bat. And then also the warden, who I'd made him a couple of special meals, and we had they had some special dignitaries come to the jail there, and they all had lunch in the dining room, and we spiffed it up and cleaned it up. And so he remembered me as being there working for Castleberry in the kitchen and making sure everything was right. And so these folks went to bat for me directly to the judge, having nothing to do with an old, the old guard or the old boys system or nothing. But in effect, it was our own little old boys club. It was the three guys in the jail that I knew, and they had known me for the 4 or 5 months that I'd worked. Um, that I did a good job. I was trustful, and they hadn't caught me making any hooch, which we were making. But couldn't pin nothing on us. We were hard workers, kept the kitchen going, and the food good, and they needed us. They needed me, and so we swung a deal. But so those are machinations. That's my real time. This is what happened between this small group of people within the judicial and penal system. I said P. And now after 69 and a quarter years, see, I had to throw my age in there. Um, I reflect on some of these things and go, that we created our own little, it really wasn't a monster, because what Castleberry needed was legit help in the kitchen, and to be there and do a good job and not slop around, right? And I was like, you knocked 19 years off my sentence. I'm good for that. I don't have to bend over or suck nobody or nothing. I'm good with that. For 7 months, 6 months, got it. Because I'd already been in jail for so long. But anyway, so then there's the monster. Within the jail, certain prisoners were treated different ways. Some guards were treated differently. So within the prison system, which is the legit, there's the system where people write stuff down, and then there's the unspoken penal system within each jail, within each shift. Okay, because these guys on second shift ain't the same as the guys on first shift. And the guys on third shift, some of them are worse. Some of them are like really nice people, because I met them. I talked to them. I worked in the kitchen. I had to go up and down. They had to take me up and down the elevator. So I knew these guards for months. And so they got to trust me, and they knew I wasn't going to try to run or nothing like that. I was just like, let me serve my time and get out of here. I'm caught. I'm going to jail. I'm in jail. I ain't going to make it any harder than it already is. Not on you and not on me. But within the system, there is another system that is never, it's talked about. Folks know about it. There is a palatable energy. For example, there was this guy that was arrested for raping and killing his stepdaughter. Or it might have been his daughter, but I think it was his stepdaughter. It was his wife's daughter, and apparently she helped her something. And when he raped her, she was so small that he cut her with a knife so that he could penetrate. And then when she died from bleeding, they buried her in the backyard, and the neighbor's dog dug the child up. So when they put this guy in jail, Everybody, including the prisoners, wanted a piece of him. You know what I mean? Literally, there were pieces missing from this guy. And so they were supposed to put him in solitary. And well, solitary's full. No, it wasn't. They put him in one of the worst cells in that jail. And you could hear that poor bastard scream all night long. They would open up the cell and take some folks out and put some other guys in. Okay. They literally fucked this guy all night long. And then the next day they're like, oh, we suddenly have a spot for this guy down in solitary. So it's like, so justice, there was their own justice. Did anybody ever really find out about it? Everybody in the jail knew about it. It was it was palatable. And you could hear guys on the third floor cheering the guys on the first floor. Like, yeah, let him have it, you know. Uh yeah, okay. So that became a monster. But at the time, I mean, I didn't want to bunghole him or nothing, but I'd like to punch him in the nose a couple of times myself, you know. I would have become part of the mob. You know, what kind of sicko does this shit, right? But anyway, so there's justice sometimes in certain places, but it ain't the kind of justice that you might think, you know, and and that might be the justice that nobody ever knew about that guy. Now they were talking about, I don't know what happened with the case. Okay, I was in jail. But they moved him to a different location because them folks messed him up. And they wanted to get on the warden. And, you know, but here's the thing, when they said, well, how did he get in there with these 20 other guys in a cell for 15? We don't know. Somebody put him in there. Well, was it you? Well, you were on second shift. No, I was working down in the laundry. I was working with them guys. Well, what about you? No, I was in the kitchen. Well, what about you? I don't know how he got in there. Of course, nobody said. But so somebody had to open the doors to put him in there. Yeah, but we, you know, well, then who took him out? Well, you know, first shift came in and they found the guy. So first shift got him out, but they don't know from second to third shift who put him in there. So, but, and it just kind of quieted down. But this monster came up really soon within the jail because of a monster that was put in there. But the physical that was done, there was all this mental within the prison, within the building itself that was palatable. That was a monster. Okay. And to have been there during that time is like, to me, it is still very memorable. Even though I didn't participate, but being in the jail, having heard the story and, you know, blah, 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 they had pictures and, oh, it was horrible. And we all wanted this guy dead. But they did the next best thing. You know, they raped him so badly, he will never forget it. Um, by some really big black men who were in jail for murder. Okay. So, but anyway, um, so within the system are these unspoken, spoken words that never gets relayed anywhere else. That is the invisible monster, or not necessarily monster, but at least an invisible entity. It has taken on a life of its own. So to help someone who's got cancer and people, you know, collect money, and somebody says, well, you know, hey, I'll get a can and I'll put one out, you know. And somebody else says, well, you know, here's $20, I'll donate. So it becomes a life of its own. So if the statement is there, then there must be some kind of mental something that's palatable. And that's my point about the invisible monsters. because we can see their footprints, they are having effects on society simply because they exist, simply because these folks are talking on whatever levels that we can't see or hear. Now, but in the quantum realm, for those of us folks like, why in the hell would I come up with a topic like this? You see what I'm saying? So, because it's in the quantum, it's in the mystery, it's in, uh, in my hibernation with Bear, and in the dream, in my dream walks, they show me this stuff, and I go, you know, when you're in the astral plane, in that twilight of things, I will just say, there are certain things that leave a signature mark in the dark, and it's not really dark, but so like there's this energy to help some with cancer, and it glows over here, and then there's this energy of jihad or something, and it's a different color, and it's over here, because all these people feel and think and whatever. It actually creates an invisible field of sorts, okay? Because when you go to a concert or a football game and everybody's cheering together, there's your proof. The cheering of the crowd actually becomes palatable. They talk about it. Boy, the fans are here, and you could really feel the energy, right? And so they can feel the energy. They Guess what? That's that invisible critter. Not necessarily that. I mean, but it's still, you can't see it, but everybody can feel it, or it's palatable, or you could almost taste it. So we all agree at some point, wait a minute, Hawkeye might be right about this. I was shocked when they showed it to me. You know what I mean? I was like, wait, I need it. So I spent yesterday and today thinking on it, right? Going, oh, holy crap. And then I forgot the title. And then late yesterday and today, they were like, here's the title. You got to do this soon. Why soon? I don't know. Um, I guess because we're coming up on the winter solstice, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what's up that they want me to discuss some of this stuff. And I think it's because of the interconnection of it. So, in our trying to stay out of the chaos of things, so if you think on the Democrats too much, I'm sorry, I meant the D's. If you think on the D stuff too much, you will actually interact with that invisible entity. Okay. I would consider it a monster. Now, there are other, sure enough, monster beings who are trying to direct some of this invisible stuff that goes on. Because everybody says, well, like who was the pedophile guy that they put in jail, and then somebody went by and he was hung in his cell, kind of thing, Epstein. But nobody knew anything, and the camera was off. You know what I'm saying? So, but everybody knows there were shenanigans. There were even people who predicted he would be out, that they was going to bump him. And a lot of us were like, yeah, he ain't going to make it. And he didn't, maybe. But then there was like, well, who did it? And what's the thing? And, nobody has really said anything, but, old Jeffrey ain't there no more, right? However you want to look at it, whether he's still alive and they just moved it, doesn't matter. He ain't there anymore. So, all of these little things, we see footprints. We know something weird happened, but whoever's, if you want to call it cover up, okay, but whoever's handling the affairs, that's the monster, things just disappear. Like the guns they confiscated, one in Florida and one up here in Georgia, that the guns were never made it to lockup, and never made it to the property standards, never was entered into as evidence. Now, where'd that rifle and where'd that shotgun go? They just disappeared. The animal just kind of ate them up, disappeared, like they never existed ever. Only on a piece of paper where it says, 22 rifle uh, confiscated, and then later on somebody goes in and takes a pencil and blocks it out on the original arrest warrant. Okay, no gun. Well, we didn't find this either, so they go in there with a pencil and just rub it out. Because nobody's going to check on somebody like me as to where a gun disappeared from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department that never made it into evidence. But think about if it was just little old me, how much other stuff is moving, not moving, disappearing, not making it to evidence. And people say, oh, well, these guys, these cops are all good. They wouldn't do that kind of shit. But they are. Do I know who? No. Do I know it exists? Absolutely, because of the proof and the fact that I didn't get charged with a 5-year violation of a firearm in the car because they couldn't find the evidence. Now, how do you lose a rifle? You know what I mean? Pistol. Okay. A rifle? Come on. Because it was a pretty gun. It was a Winchester. It was beautiful. I can't buy a gun anymore, but oh my God, if I could. And that 22 Magnum, it was perfect. But so listen, if you will hold on, you have to hold on. Just y'all talk amongst yourself. I have an emergency. Okay, thank you very much. But so anyway, the big those are examples that I've talked about for the last hour and a half. And but what they would like us to do, spirit folks, is to try to keep our energies from getting tangled up with it. If we're actually aware of those energies, you say, "Well, I watched a football game the other night with Georgia and Alabama. Alabama whooped their butts, right?" So after a while, my energy level, I could just tell. I was like, I don't even. I watched the end of the game just to see what the final score was, and I was like, it was pitiful. It was like how Georgia whooped everybody else they played this year. But to the point, though, I could feel the energy drop for the Georgia folks because I'm like rooting for Georgia. And I was like, wow, I'm just, wow. I was like, you can tell the people in the stands, like, wow, man, we're getting our ass whooped here. So it was palatable, right? But after the game, blah blah blah. But so um, those things that we have, I'm using the football game because you know, the nearest thing I would want to think about that as far as lending a thought to. But you really want a team to win, and they don't, right? And so you feel a little loss, and you can kind of feel it because in some way, shape, or form, because you're rooting for Ohio State or Georgia or whatever, and your team loses or wins really big, and you're happy and you're jumping around, Georgia won, blah, blah, or Alabama, whoever won, right? So, but there are people who are dancing around and it's palatable, you know? Well, they call up their friend, but they're happy that they won. But because everybody else is happy because they won, there is this quantum happiness that Ohio State won or, Michigan State, you know what I'm saying? So, or that Alabama won. So one says, well, Hawkeye, Dave, can we talk here? This monster, this Monstro Invisibale that you're discussing here, it doesn't really exist. Okay, it's okay. But for those of you, dear folks, who understand that energy levels are thought patterns and so forth, and if you've been hanging out with me the last few years, you've got a better understanding than a lot of other people. So what my dear folks upstairs have been like, look, and they took me up and for a whole day kind of thing and showed me around, and I was like, oh, holy crap. And so, like for example, Washington D.C. All right. So there's a lot of energy of from the D's and the R's and from the we don't knows, right? And from the CIA's we don't knows. And then there's that unspoken in the CIA we don't knows, right? What? Yeah, so there are these critters, the D's, that's one critter. There's the R's, that's another critter. Now, because the two interact, that creates, guess who? A third critter. What? Yeah, because it's whatever they compromise or fight over or whatever, that issue becomes a critter in itself. Wait a minute. It does, okay? Well, no, it don't. Well, but if they're all talking about the $1 trillion something something, then everybody's focused on that. All the energy that is created around the discussion from anybody who's watching the news or is listening online or whatever to, the senator to the Congress or whatever is participating in that energy. If you're just watching it and making no comment, you're still participating. And you go, well, wait a minute, Dave, I don't know about that. Well, there's the thing in science called the observer effect. So the people who observe the experiment, it has been proven too many times that the people watching and performing an experiment can actually have an empathetic or gravitational or emotional or some kind of effect on the experiment. So if that's proven, then a discussion about um, um, abortion, there's a whole energy, there's a whole channel, if you will, in the ether that's related to abortion. Okay, both R's and the D's and the folks we don't that they're in the shadow folk, right? And then there's discussions within churches. There's discussions within communities. There are discussions within states and governors. And so, but all of it leads to the discussion of abortion, whether right or wrong or good or bad, whatever it's the point that the discussion of abortion has become the invisible critter. and many folks can feel it, smell it, taste it. It's palatable. Okay. So when we see things happening, was one of the things they were showing me yesterday, particularly, was like there these things leave energy trails. And because it's being discussed at different levels, so sometimes the uh, I'll say stress, and I'm going to use abortion as the subject. So as people go to sleep, the stress of the discussion drops. It's still there. It's an underlying radio frequency, we'll say, because the subject is abortion, and abortion is the frequency, okay, because that's a discussion. So, but when people wake up and the news comes up and the news runs and stuff, because it's discussed overnight in the news, that's what keeps the frequency vibrating. So, but then when everybody wakes up and they read the morning news and they do this and that and the other thing, if I'm watching a game and my team starts getting an ass kicking, and yeah, but see, but you understand my point. you know, I kind of sort of ignored the end of the um, Alabama Georgia game, but Georgia played such good football through the year, and Alabama almost lost the week before. So, but it was just surprising to those of us who watched them play football and go, Alabama played a really good game, but Georgia had some really strange. It was just strange. The weird interceptions and the fumbles hit this guy and that guy bounced off a guy's helmet and the other team catches it. And they said, well, that's an interception. No, that's a bobble, you know, it's a foo bar is what it is. But anyway, but if you've gone to a concert where everybody's singing and dancing and the energy levels up, and as you leave, you're still pumped up. But the farther away you get from the venue and the more people that leave the venue, that energy level drops because people are leaving, they're figuring out how to get home. And so the energy of that changes. It's there for a little short time, but then people got to get to the house. They got to catch a bus or ride home or whatever they're going to do, right? So, but boy, it sure felt good when you were there. And for an hour or two when you get home, there are these little spurts where there's a certain time I'm thinking about the concert that I have been to. And one of them was 38 Special. Man, what a good concert they put on. But anyway, um, wait, I might have that wrong. But anyway, it was a good concert. Uh, um, so you get home and you're really pumped up and there's sort of a letdown a little bit, but you still feel pumped up. And then all of a sudden, maybe you're thinking about a particular song or something that they did. One of the Jethro Tull concerts I went to, they were doing a sea lion with a ball at the carnival, boom, and they turned off the lights and there was this huge white balloon, and I mean huge, like weather balloon, and they turned on a strobe light over the audience, and this big giant bouncing ball in the strobe light bounced across the audience. People were pushing it back and it got pushed back up on stage, and it was part of the act when they tossed it up and out into the audience. But after Ian Anderson released it and it got into the audience, it became a lot. The ball became a life of its own because it was controlled by the audience, not by the band or anybody else. It was the audience that controlled this great, big, giant bounce and ball. And I was tripping my giant white off, you know. So, but anyway, but so within the concert, it become there depending on the concert. that there is something that becomes alive. I mean, I can still see it and smell it. And, that was back in the 70s, right? So, lions and tigers who wait in the shadows, the fast with the lazy and sleep in green meadows. Well, it's bongo in the jungle. Well, that's all right by me. I'm a tiger when I want love. I'm a snake if we disagree. Just say the words and the boys will be right there with claws at your back to send the chills through the night air. Isn't so frightening to have me at your shoulder. Thunder and lightning couldn't be bolder. I'll write on your tombstone, I thank you for dinner. The fast but the lazy. Anyway, and sleep in green meadows. Well, it's bongo in the jungle. Sorry, it's in my head. Um, T minus four. Is it really? Oh, good. Oh man, it's been almost 2 hours. Um, I was trying not to repeat myself a bunch about this, but it's already been 2 hours. But please understand the trip they took me on yesterday into the ether and the different, um, levels of invisible light or energy or whatever. I was like, they were like, see, there's Washington D.C. down there, and right now there's still an energy level, but watch what happens. And so they fast forward from just it was sort of like looking at it from an infrared point of view. And so, see this energy over here, it's this color. And, because there's motivation and anger and this and that. You see over here, these people here, they're collecting money for a kid with cancer. And see how that energy looks like love. And it's spreading over here and it trickles over there, and see how this over here, and see how this over here, there's a lot of energy there. But there's all these little tracers across the planet because the news in the Sky News in Australia is talking about the same thing that CNN's talking about, and it's the same thing that RT, Russian television, and both RT and RT America, so two different, and they're airing similar discussions on the same topic. So it's not just in America, all right? So those things which look like in the so it's like in the darkness, okay, and you've got a laser beam, and it's you know like if I were to go outside, I can see different lights from the neighbors and stuff off in the distance, but there's nothing close to me, right? So I could take that laser beam, and wherever I shot it, I could follow it through the darkness, you know so that's what it looked like, what they showed me. And so all of these topics have these frequencies, and the frequency is the topic, and the topic slash frequency is just like a radio station. You can tune into that topic, you can tune into the D's, you can tune into the R's, you can tune into the COVID-19, you can tune your radio station. Whatever the subject is, there is this energy. There is this open phone line that is created. And the more that it's talked about, the more it's brought to life, the more energy is in it. And you go, but where is that energy? It's around us. So we're wallowing in it. So when I go and have to read the headlines and stuff, um, I go, there are some stuff that it hits me so hard, it'll almost knock me out. I mean, like, holy crap. Oh man. And to just to look at the subject line hurts. Okay. because of the frequency and that whatever that radio station is about that subject. And that subject's on RT and Sky News and this one and Canada. And so it's all over the planet. It ain't just here, you know? So, oh, wow. All right. Wow. So I read the headline, and there are times when I'm, okie doke. And there are times when I read a headline when it goes smack. And you go, whoa, Lord have mercy. There's a lot of energy in whatever that subject is. What's going on there? But just think every topic that, is being put out there is like tuning your radio station to a particular frequency. The topic is the frequency. So if you want to stay out of the chaos, quit tuning your radio station, meaning the topics, and it will help you stay out of the chaos, because then you won't become a part of the group thought on um, abortion. I've got my own point of view and I got it. But to listen to on and off and discussion and back and this and that, I am not getting involved. I'm just not. But you can watch certain news articles and things where you can tell there is a palatable change within certain people. And there is anger and there is, you know, and like, wait, where not too long ago, the subject, it's kind of always there, but it really took an upswing. Somebody pushed the argument. Other somebodies pushed the argument. Other somebodies pushed against the argument, and it has now become a monster in and of itself. Now you can say, well, it's just an entity. Well, okay. I draw the line between entity. It's a 22. I missed it. If it's a critter, there's no malice or hate. If it's a monster, it contains both. So the subject of abortion as the frequency, I hate you. I hate you people over there. You see, there's a lot of that going on. And that's palatable with people and discussions and interviews and stuff like that. For whatever the good or bad, or you agree or not, it because the conversation is there, the monster exists. And it's starting to get to be a really big and nasty monster again. For good or bad, I don't want to get into it, you know. I will have discussions about Social Security and old people and disabled people, but I'm going to stay out of that topic of the other. But anyway, but each one of these things, each one of these topics, because of the energy contained, the verbiage. I mean, when you're talking Social Security benefits and this, and there's words, right? Those words carry energy within and of itself, okay? That when you talk about fetus and abortion and late term, and see, there's a whole different line of words that are in that discussion that may not show up in other discussions and other topics, you see. So it's like, it it's political and will drag the D's and the R's and other folks into it. But is it a critter? Absolutely. The monster is whether or not there's a lot of strife and conflict and people wanting to kill and eat each other. That's the monster. That's the difference. So a lot of critters, a lot of really good invisible critters and entities created by our thought patterns. And I mean, because they were showing, like we have created, every time I get on, we have created this tiny little critter, that's our thought patterns and the topic for discussion at the time. and whatever jokes and songs and stuff and how we play around and interact between each other. That's what makes us the soul tribe. You know, that's what makes us family. And when we all get together, our family creates this little critter. Now, mostly, I would say 98% of the time, there might be some fluctuations in there, but, and trying not to be overly optimistic, because I don't know what everybody's thinking because not everybody responds or leaves comments. But so I would say, 90% of the time, there's a good feeling, and because that's what myself, we try to generate. Here's a nasty subject, but I don't want people to worry about it, but you must absolutely stop and think, oh, holy crap. We've talked about things like our voices and our speech, and that becomes part of the universe, the vibrations of the universe. So if we understand our voices matter, think about the millions of folks who are having a discussion in their brains or with others or out in open about abortion and the energy, one way or the other, that's carried with that, you know? So you can say, oh my God, there's so many people and they want to kill each other. And you're like, holy crap. And you can get involved in that frequency simply by having a discussion about what you saw in the headlines. I mean, it just gave me a headache. Like, God, I don't even want to go there with this, because there is so much turmoil with the subject. So, what do? Well, we are lion tamers. Well, we might not tame that big giant monster. No, I'm gonna go ahead and smoke for the next 55 minutes, and then I'll. But anyway, it was either Saturday or Sunday, maybe it was Monday. Um, Listening to something, watching something that was like, uh, when people start talking about a thing, they create a monster. And I was like, what? Well, for example, back in the Old West, well, not just the Old West, but I mean, oh, she's a witch, burn her. And everybody in the town shows up and straps whoever it is to a pole and sets them on fire. And whether they're guilty or not, but, it's that mob sense, right? So, well, he killed and hang him. He stole my horse. Hang him. He's a horse thief. He's a murderer. What and they just went and took him over to the tree and hung him up, right? So sometimes they were right and sometimes they was wrong. But my point is the mob mentality is proof that a monster exists within a group of people if stimulated property with what? Words. Well, maybe somebody, but I mean, from words, right? Somebody said, well, he's the killer. And everybody goes, yeah, Jim, what should we do? Yeah, he killed Jill's, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to hang that son bitch, blah. And the next thing you know, there's the mob. Because of talk amongst themselves, the mob has become a single entity, right? Because the sheriff comes out on a porch and he points a gun. He goes, Jim, you know better than this. And what about you back there, Sam? Are you going to be, do I have to shoot you first? And what about you, Clem? What about your girls at the house? Y'all go home, right? He's talking to these otherwise normal people that have, because of the mob mentality, have become a monster, right? They split up. They're still grumbling, but now they're not a mob. And now the monster has dissolved, right? They're still thinking it. They still want to kill him, but they ain't doing it, right? So Proof that it exists is everywhere. In a lot of ways, David, absolutely. And so when I was talking about the other day about our energies and things being siphoned off or sideswiped or whatever, or interrupted or, just stolen, people are like, no, that's not true. They can't do that kind of stuff. Well, if your discussion is part of a bigger picture, and the discussion on the bigger picture has a darker side than our side, and we ain't winning the conversation. You know what I mean? So there's 65 against, for something, and we ain't, we're not part of that 65%. So then we're in the 45% or what is it, 35? Anyway, but to the point, wait a minute. So we're not in the majority. Right. Okay. So no matter what we think about the particular subject, even though we're all light and good and all that, there's 65% of the people on that particular subject that is against us. And some folks really strong. So no matter how we want to add to the universe our good thoughts and so forth. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say we should stop putting good thoughts in the universe. If anything, we should increase it because if we realize that it's out there. So, my discussion the other night or last night, Tuesday night or whatever about stories and stuff, and I said, and they are really kind of stuck on this as far as now and for the future. What do you want for the future? To have a good year. They want us to keep it really simple. So, in my questioning about that, after I did that video the other night, card readings and such, and storytelling and so forth, they took me a ride through the universe kind of thing. And what I saw from space, it was think of this in the dark. You're in outer space looking down at America. Pick a spot. So you look at a town, and there are street lights on, and so for each street there is a line of depending on the street and where you're at. But I mean, so there are street lamps to mark the street. So you can find some streets, that just goes way off in the distance from the dark, right? Because it's a main thoroughbred and blah 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 blah, and there are lots of street lamps. And then there are in the neighborhoods where there are the odd street lamps, but you can still make out where the streets are, right? So the idea was when they showed it to me from that point of view, it reminded me of looking down. I have, flown in a helicopter a couple of times at night. You go to the fair and they take you up and they fly you around, right? Because I love flying. So, but at night, you see all these little lines of light. And say, well, that's Dale Mabry. And that over there, that's Hillsborough Avenue. And that over there is blah, blah, blah. And over there, you see that light in the distance, that's the football field over there. That's the thing. Oh, okay. So you recognize these things, right? So, but in the ether, from what they were showing me, here's this subject and it's lit up like this. And it is conscious, and in the consciousness it has created little particles of light, okay, uh, attached to that frequency. So if you could see radio frequencies, you'd see FM 104, Gulf 104, Tallahassee, and you would see it you'd see this color of the radio waves or whatever going by, right? So, and then, there's FM 97, which is lower on the bandwidth, and you would see it down here. It would be a different color, okay? So, in the same thing, every one of these topics is a radio station, if you think of it that way. So every one of these topics / radio stations has its own energy and frequency with that subject. And it shows up when you look at it from their point of view that they showed me, and I was like, oh, holy crap. There's this energy and this one and this person over here. There's a church over here that's talking about this. And you can see there was a little line connecting the church, for example. There's a church in and of itself. It was really bright with energy, right? So, because they were talking about this subject. Well, but then from it joined another church in the same town. And between those, then the line got stronger when it left town. So there were these little trickles coming from out in the country. And then when it got to the churches, and I'm thinking in my head, this is the abortion thing. So the people and the preachers and the pastors are all having their meetings, yesterday, Wednesday, their Wednesday come to meeting. And so this topic was being, discussed. And so that particular energy field is one of the topics they showed me. And so when everybody left and they left church, the energy went down, but there were still these, the lights didn't go off, but because everybody went home, there were these little tiny little pricks of light all over the place from where people went home, and they were still connected by the streets and by the color of the frequency. Now, I know y'all know I'm crazy. Y'all know I'm nuts. But I would like for you all to honestly, seriously consider what I have discussed. So and I know, David Castle and some of you, when you feel stuff go crazy, you just stay out of it. Like when your team's losing, you turn off the tube, so you can't be pissed off and add that to the frequency. But to the point though, if we keep our thoughts away from some of these monsters, that's the best way to beat them. We see, I'm using topics, for example. Okay, so my job is I have to read through the headlines. And here's this, here's that, here's this, here's that. Boom, got to stop here. And they won't let me leave. They go, you got to pay attention to this. Well, what do you mean? No. Monstros Invisibale. Invisible monsters. And somebody says, no, 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 there ain't no monstros invisibles. Los monstros invisibles. Like, sí, señor, monstros invisibles. Like in the mountains, there is this monster. And when they showed it to me the way they did the other night, some of these energies were so freaking frightful. Okay. I was like, that that down there, that subject, holy crap, that is one nasty some bitchin' monster. I mean, monster eyes and things oh my god. And because there's so many people and subjects and stuff and spikes and wow, like it. And so when they took me on my little route journey in the universe like they do, uh uh at times, because I was asking him, why do you want only 4 words for what's coming up for the next year? Have a good year, because the frequency is so set. There can be nothing argued about it. Well, I don't want to have a good year. Well, okay, but see, you can't change the words if you stick before, and so I was like, because I was really wondering why they were pushing that the other morning. And so in my own question, I was like, why is this? I kind of understand why it's important, but I need a little bit more information. So then they took me on a monster hunt. And I went, oh, 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 oh. And for some of the stuff that I saw the other night, early morning, whatever, if you saw it, it would scare the shit out of you, because I was guessing by the topic that we keep our thoughts and energies simple so they can't be ambushed or taken or whatever, and they just like tiny little bullets that, have a good year. It's right in there. And some before they can deflect it, it's already it's already there. So my brain was showing me its own little, scenarios in Dave and Hawkeye's time, But then when he took me on that journey the other night, night before last, it wasn't yesterday. I'm sorry, it wasn't today. It was yesterday. Um, it was after I did that really long video, Monday, Tuesday, 8th. Anyway, but in asking, I need, can you show me something to kind of prove what you mean? And when they took me off and showed me all these, think for those folks who have, have discussed ley lines and so forth. So there are these invisible energy lines on the earth, and they connect and points and stuff like that. Okay, think in terms of that. So for every subject, and it doesn't have a specific point. So I'll say, for example, the people in New York City, who are crazy, but anyway, and the mandates and stuff up there. See what I mean? There's a subject. But if you go to St. Louis, Missouri, and people there don't think the same way, they both live in cities. I mean, they both are in America. They're both, further north than Georgia. I mean, than Atlanta. They're, so there are some similarities. They're both near water, Mississippi, okay, the ocean, but um, so the energy level would be up, say, in New York City. It's like, say, 6 o'clock at night. And the later it got, because it's on the Eastern time zone, the folks in Missouri are an hour later. So the energy would dissipate, the subject matter, and you could see the energy transfer, like, say, to Missouri, to St. Louis. And then St. Louis would get light up because they're all getting home and watching the news at 6 o'clock. They're eating dinner. And so this one goes down, and you can see this energy transferring because the subject matter got brought up over here. So there was never a central point of some of these topics, but there were some very hot points. So, now Washington, because of D's and R's and three-letter words, or, three-letter agencies, it kind of seemed like it was central. But it was only things that had to do with that. Other topics and stuff, the energies, like, in Tampa or in Atlanta, you could see that, and there were little spots in between, on certain subjects. So, like I said, they would say, okay, here's this subject. And I would like, could see, like, let's just say it was a violet color, almost like a light blue, a light violet. Okay, but it was still kind of violet and not blue. But this tracing this line was the subject. And they said, see, now over here, there's a bunch of people thinking about this right now. But see how, after an hour or so it dies down, and it comes up. Okay, so then that subject, the light went down, right? So now they turn on the next frequency, different subject, and the light pattern's totally different, different subject, different time, different thing. It's a different color. So then they said, okay, and they dropped that one down. Here's this subject. And, flip that switch. And oh my God, like the topic of abortion, it was like, boom, there was this, and it like jumped at me versus some of the other things they started out with. They see how this goes, what this, and yeah, okay. And then they showed me some other, and then they turned, like, they gave me 10 different topics, and each one at the time, so I could see what color it was. And then they turned them all on at once. And I went, oh, holy crap. There were so many overlaps and this and that. There were some of the energy lines that were like traveling between cities because, it's 6 o'clock in New Orleans and people are eating dinner and now it's their turn to catch the news. You know what I mean? So the times of peak emotional coloring or whatever with the energies, I was like, oh my God. And then they said, okay, now here's 10 more subjects. And they turned them on. And then they said, okay, now just to freak you out really good, we're going to turn all of them on. And it was just like, whoa, okay, all right. I get it. 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 I might not understand it fully, but having worked with lights and systems and patterns and stuff and routing, okay, and that when you turn this one on, it's like when I set lights for theater. So you set each individual light because you know that you want this subject and it needs to be side lit, then it needs to be lit from the top so there's no shadows on the wall. So you do this all the way down and it's you set 1 through 10, which are up here. You set, 10 through 20, which is on another light bar, and you set 20 through 30, and you set all those that are overhead. And then you turn each of the lights on in sets so that here's these 3 lights that light this wall, the chair, and something else. And so, but then you turn the next channel up, and then all of a sudden the entire stage is lit. And so I got it from that standpoint of working with lights and channels and things and stuff. When they showed that to me, I was like, oh man. Also, I was talking about being in Disney World when it really wasn't officially open back in the day. And I think it was Peter Pan's ride or something like that. And you go in on this thing, and then you can feel the bump with the track, and the track is overhead. So you're swinging in this little thing over this town that is lit up with fluorescent paint and things. And so you're flying over the town like Peter Pan would fly. And over a certain place, then you dip down. And I thought it was really cool. Well, if you've ever been on the Peter Pan ride, uh, that's what it reminded me of when they took me up to show me, it explained to me about this energies and how the subject connects them in the ether. And oh my God, oh my God. I was quite literally blown away. Hey, Witch Moon. Yeah, I'm fixing to light this. Happy human holiday. Yeah, why not? We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings to you and all of your kin. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Ta-da. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Katniss, good morning. What time is it? Let me put my glasses on. Oh, it's 1:50 in the morning. Okay. Yeah, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad. The sun, I can't remember. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. Jose Feliciano. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad. 6:49 for you, huh? Six, huh? It's two. Oh, it's early. Yeah, you're in the morning. Okay. But good morning. Hope you're doing well. And craziness, So for me, it's been an interesting last couple days because I was not expecting an extended an extended visit to the vision world, if you know what I mean. But I gotta say, um, it was damned interesting and damned informative. I mean, from my standpoint of being a, they were able to visually figure out a way to show it to me. And I was like, oh, holy crap. It was like spider webs, okay? Just, you know, this topic was this spider, and this spider wove this colored web. That was the frequency. And if anybody, that's actually, thank you. That's actually a really good way to describe it because on a spider web, if something touches one of the web thingies, the strings, right? What happens? It sends a vibration down the line that the spider picks up. So, but it, there wasn't anything tending the wires, the lines, the light, whatever, the energy lines, but you could see them vibrate. So if something was like really important, you could tell, man, there was, energy along one of those transmission lines, buddy, let me tell you. Um, and it was interesting in that it wasn't the, I kind of asked, but they were like, okay, in this picture of spider webs or like fishing line, okay? And it's drawn tight between two towns. And somebody over here is talking, it goes ding, and it sends a vibration down. Sort of like the tin can and the rope back when we was kids and we made them, two-way radio thingies. So the tension on the rope is what made the voice travel down the string. If the string was droopy, you couldn't hear the other end, right? So the tension of the string. But anyway, so I was like, well, why isn't the energy like if this tropic's over here, if this is New York and this is Cleveland, there's a line. It's not like a wash of color. And so I was like, if it's that strong, wouldn't it be more like a cloud that moves over to Cleveland? And then from Cleveland, a cloud that goes over to Indianapolis or Chicago. And they were like, no, because there are a lot of people in between that nobody's thinking about it, or it's very little. So it actually condenses to look more like a line. And I was like, oh, so my thought was sort of like it was like, fog rolling in or something, you can't really see my hands. But so here's this point, and instead of it coming in like this, which is what I saw, and then this light up, no, I was thinking, well, there's all this energy, and these people over here start talking about it. Wouldn't that energy just like migrate over there like a group? And they were like, nah, actually, because nobody thinks about it in between places, long distances, that it actually is easier to travel in a line versus dispersed where nobody's thinking about it. And I was like, well, okay then. So with this discussion of the energies and flowing and this and that, in my walking around and looking down, I've have had my question or two, because number one, explain what you mean by keeping things simple so the energies of our intentions don't bump or intersect or cross over or or get swallowed up by somebody else's. So by keeping our intentions, like in this coming up near new year, what do you want for your news? What's your New Year's wish? Have a good year. Well, whatever, have a good year. That's all. But what does that mean to you? That's a whole different frequency. See? But if I try to speak on a frequency of something, well, then well, there's people talking about peace over here, and they're talking about peace over in the Middle East, and so my prayer of peace to people is going to get swallowed up in the peace section, which is where I had to go a little bit ago when it was an emergency, was go pee. But anyway, so in the subject tab, it's like, oh, so your subject matter is all the way down in the P's with all the other people and all the other topics and whatever channels that it's all good. People want to have peace in their own way. But each one of those topics by each one of those groups and each one of those people, because they have their own agenda, they're all good, but it's fragmented. They can be parallel, but they don't touch because they're separate frequencies. But if the subject matter is 4 words, have a good year, it can't be mistaken for anything else. They're like slamming me with this in my head. But by showing me all these little, connections like spider webs, but I didn't see any critters tending the lines. Now, I've talked about this, it's been a while, but and walking up the hill to get the mail today, there's just really great. I mean, his body's like this big, bigger than my thumb, and in his legs, and big banana spider, we call them down here, and just literally hanging out in the middle of nowhere. Now he's got his web down here, and there's one wire. There's one up here over to this tree limb, and there's another one coming up here, and then there is this twig, a piece of taller grass that is just weaving in the wind, and he's tied it up, or she has tied that one leg off, so it's this odd triangle. But when you're walking along, you do not see the web. All you see is the spider just doing this number in the wind, right? Wondering how none of his stuff has come loose and that spider go flying off somewhere. But but those lines together. So the outside rim is one frequency. So for every spider web that there is, each one of them is how it was made, its size, its distance, its circumference, its position. Each one of them to the spider has its own feel. It has its own touch. It has its own frequency. Because of its size, it ends up being a frequency, right? So, but anyway, so in showing me these things, they were like, now you, all right, Hawkeye, now you get to have an all night discussion about this and try to get people to understand that if they can visualize what I've been talking about in their heads and understand how important um, understanding of this is, not necessarily in the mechanics, but the thing is so I'm sitting here and I'm the prime, the, the okay, let me have some coffee and I'll explain this. They're passing information right now. Now, for this Soul Tribe. Nobody knew, not even me, that I was going to do a show tonight. So there was no vibration that was started. Now, for me and my folks, they started the vibration several days ago, took me on a tour of, of stuff yesterday. And today I've been like mulling it over and going, okay. And now tonight I was like, and they were like, come on, do it. I didn't know if I had the energy, quite frankly, because the energy flow has been a little weird the last couple of days. I was like, okay, I'll get on and smoke a bowl with you all and we'll have a discussion, right? Because I want to be able to try to visualize this and explain it with the correct words so that you can visualize it, you like okie doke. So, but anyway, so the explanation is this, kind of, sort of. I post usually 15, 20 minutes, like I'm going to come on, I'm going to do a live. Here's my subject. Recently, that's been about what it is. So not much warning, but I do put it out there first. So, all right. So now I put the thought into the quantum. That starts the vibration on the subject. So I didn't want the subject in the title to start with invisible because that could turn the word monster invisible. And I didn't want to use the word monster because there's monster truck and there's monster drink but monstro, I was thinking el monstro, Mexican or Spanish. And, people in the village going, Mel monstro, invisibale, run be like, so that's what they kind of put in my head. And I was like, okay, I get that. So it couldn't be mistaken for something else. But now in the description, when you put the title up, I put, of the invisible monsters. So I wrote it out what the title meant, kind of thing, but no other explanation. So there can't be any other vibrations on the subject. But anyway, so now that's me starting this live stream that we're in right now. So first there was the thought that I didn't do anything with the computer. Then I put the title and put, posted that I was going to do one. And then I pushed the button and came live. So from 1 to 4 people were here very early on. And then it dropped to 3 people. And then it went up to like 15 or 8 or something. Right now it says 11. But as I've watched the numbers, so not focusing on it, but, curious at 2 o'clock in the morning, how many people are awake and listening, kind of thing. Not necessarily participating, but, listening. But here's the thing. If you're listening, you're participating. And thank you. We love you. So they're showing me, look, so I started a point of topic. This point of topic, there were 4 people. Now, I don't know where they're at, but so because they connected with the show, not necessarily by line or that it's the internet that's the connecting, but it's the thought and the discussion and the fact that as soon as you participate in the chat or not, that you have, because we're on this topic, everybody has now, quote, accepted this frequency. The topic is the frequency. So you've accepted this radio station for as long as you're awake and listening. And, you can leave at any time, right? So, but as soon as I sign off, and unless I wait till sun up, um, but so then that I created the topic, they created the topic, but I'm following through. But with that, though, then a point of light is established. Okay. So right now, since I'm sitting at my house down here, the topic isn't really fluctuating, but for each one of you, for wherever you are, we have the link by camera and by the computer. But as y'all know and are aware, many of you, we're also cosmically linked. So if I wasn't on right now, we'd still be connected, but it wouldn't be a strong connection. But as soon as I come online and we all get together and listen and participate, then those lines of communication between us get much brighter. Does that make sense? Please tell me. But if you need more information, saw you Bogarting in the corner. So, what y'all's thought about this? Because they want us to make sure we don't get our stuff crossed by accident. Not, because that's the whole thing. There's been some of our energies and stuff that, because of similarities and things, where we think our energy's been going, is kind of not been really getting where we think it's going. And, you know, and in a way, we wasted our energy because it didn't get to the full potential. So in my conversation with with the universe is like, how do we keep this as simple as possible? How do we make positive influence on the universe? I know when enough people get together, we can make it. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got the fundamentals. So, but how do we do this without other people kind of like folks trolling us or whatever, get into the conversation and muck up our intentions, which is easy to do. And that kind of showed me is like it's really easy to screw up the vibration to where it can change colors and not be the color. Um, I don't pick the colors of intent, but with our intent, there is a frequency and a color that is the result. Okay. So if our intent, you know, if there's 10 people and nine of us are like right on the ball, but there's this other person who's not quite with it, or maybe they're like, well, I don't know about that, just hesitant or something or whatever. Not necessarily bad intent, okay? Just not on the same that we are. So, but our intent is affected by the overall, this person's only at 60%. So our overall is got a little bit of different color in it because one person is just not putting out the same amount of energy as the group. Now, collectively, you got 100% participation. But as far as the color of the intent goes, if there's a little bit of disassociation of intent, if it's not specifically clear, like 4 words for this new year, that somehow then that's deflected. So the 100% of just simply, okay, have a good year. That's my intent, period. Ain't nothing goes with it. There is nothing to sidetrack me. And I could, for 2 seconds, I want to hold that thought. And that's not hard to do. So, but if it was anything else or anything different or whatever, it would be harder to do because of more length, more words, more stuff, and things that could get lost in the intention. Okay. In the words, in each individual's thought process. Even though each one of us is doing our damnedest and trying our best, it would still affect the overall intention of the color and the frequency of our topic. And when they showed me that, I was like, oh, holy crap. It's not a lot, but if you're shooting for a really nice violet and it ends up a little to the white side or maybe purple, or it's got like a little green tinge around the edge, you go, what the hell's that? I don't really know, but they were showing me that, see, the basic intent of what you want is right there. And it's this color if there's a really sure enough short, simple message intent. Boom, this color, just all the same. Now, here's another one that's like 2 sentences long. And everybody's going to think the same intent, but instead of being 4 words, it's 2 sentences. And the color was multicolored. The line had different, it was basically a particular color, but there we kind of, twinkled as it went, like somebody had spread glitter on it or something. And I was like, well, that's interesting. So the more complicated the whatever the wish or the intent that is made to the universe, and the more people you have trying to express that intent, some people will get it 100% simply because it's easier or whatever, or maybe it's a topic that really hits home to them or what. And somebody else who may be listening in the background goes, I'm listening and yeah, I kind of agree, but that's not the same, hon. That's not the same percentage of intent by that person. They still wish it and all that, but they're half asleep and, so, and they really mean it. Don't get me wrong, but they're half asleep and they're positive and, but it's not the same as me sitting here and going, I intend to think that, you know what I'm saying? So our intent, our personal vibration that we make with a simple intent. If I'm sitting here and being conscious and I'm beating my drum, you're really going to hear that. But if somebody else is half asleep or driving and they're nodding, they're listening, and they really mean it. But hey, that way, how you doing? But then they say, but the attention that was given to the frequency and the intent is not the same color as the person who's right on it. You know, it's not a good or bad situation. It does have, but it is directly related to the amount of frequency put into it, the energy pushed by the person meditating versus the person driving down the road listening on the radio with 3 kids in the back. They mean it, their heads up and down, and we're not going to fault them, folk, for not having the same potential of that thought that somebody who's sitting at the house drinking coffee going, okay, and they got 2 minutes of utter quiet. So their level of intent, that intensity is a little bit more than the person with 3 kids in the back seat. They both mean well, you know what I mean? But in the sure enough quantum level of frequency and stuff, one's putting out a little bit more than the other. It's not a, well, I just can't do it. That's not it. Keep putting your good intent in, no matter what. Is it 20 yet? Oh, it's 18. Good. I'm ready. So this isn't to badger people or whatever. And so for those of us, like for me, I knew that when I became retired that I was going to be a full-time in prayer, most of the time anyway, hermit on purpose. That this was my late in life kind of sort of goal and my mission, and I knew it. Okay. Uh, my dear friend, Miss Sally up in Moultrie. I don't know if she's still alive or not. I really should call her. But later in life, she literally became a priest for the Lutheran Church, Episcopal Church in Moultrie, the one that accepts gays, other than the other one downtown that's more of the. But anyway, so, and we're both dragons, we're both Libras. But the fact that we both went in our later lives, went towards a religious side, if you will, towards a spiritual side, and not just for ourselves, but somehow we had to share it. Somehow we had to be a pivot point, or for me, to do a drum, to just be here and have conversation with y'all. and to be a point of light in a way. And as they pointed it out, it's like, well, for every time old Dave cranks up his mental whatevers, to then that starts a frequency. And for everybody who joins in, that frequency increases because we are together sharing it. Not with any particular intent or whatever, but my intent is this. They seem to think the subject's really danged important and that they really want to make sure you understand. And if you have any questions, please raise your hand, they say. Please raise your hand. Oh, it's 2:15. Oh, I thought it was 18. So this way, you doing all right? And all y'all out there talking amongst yourselves. So um, I have done my bit because I can't make you understand. I can't make you listen or feel it the way they showed it to me. But all I can do is reiterate, my dear friends, for some reason, they really think it's important that we understand some of these frequencies and lines. Oh, okay, that makes sense because it's training for the fourth dimension. That makes perfect sense. So, for those of us who are, you know, I'm going to ascend one way or the other, right? Whether I'm in, this body or I pass on, die, whatever, and I'm going to go someplace, right? But for folks, to live in this world, um, to keep our lines open, as the saying goes, and our communication lines open, if we understand that if we were trying to, like, I'm going to use the peace for next for any time, right? So, but there are people who want peace in the Middle East. Nothing wrong with that. I want peace on earth. Okay, well, that's a big one, right? That means a bunch of stuff. There are people who wish for peace in their neighborhood. They wish for peace in South Chicago or someplace in Tampa or, whatever. But people are wishing for peace, you know, within their family. Okay, so, but they're all valid. But because each one is tuned to a topic, it's not all the same frequency. So if we wanted to send out a prayer for peace, it would be like this: I pray for peace. I pray for peace. Forwards. Where? Doesn't matter. I pray for peace. But Middle East, I pray for peace. Well, where in the universe, I'm going to pray for peace. But rather than my topic of peace get fragmented somewhere else, I'm going to keep it simple. I pray for peace. So, in my mantras during the day as a hermit monk prayer person, of course, I think, though there's fighting over there, God, I wish they'd cut it out. There's people over here shooting it up. Yeah, God, I wish. But in general, all of it, but when I pray, I simply pray for peace. So it's just right down the line. Now, my thoughts there might be something I've seen, some kind of brutal war, you know, for the last 3 weeks. Pastor Paul's been, Russia's fixing to invade the Ukraine. This is week 3 now. It's still there. Russia's fixing to, take over Ukraine. Oh, okay. But it was supposed to happen like 3 or 4 weeks ago. All right. But so they keep pumping that thought. They keep pumping that vibration. They, Now, is Putin and them really going to invade Ukraine? Lend them some help, like send in the National Guard, possibly, and maybe. Uh, but because there are dark factions that are over there operating, and that's one of those quiet, silent monsters. They know it exists over there. And Biden's boy and Biden himself started that mess back during the Obama administration with all that oil company stuff and over there. They're responsible for what's going on in the Ukraine. And they're pissed because Putin wants to go back over there and straighten out what they started. And those folks who were involved in it, okay? So there's that spider web that's got some truth in it, and then the spider web that's got the misinformation on it. Both of them are correct, meaning that here's the truth, but the misinformation, see, they gave us misinformation. And now here's the truth, but they're both there on the same line. So where if you had just only the truth, the color of that thought would be bright green. But you add the lie that they told with the truth. And because people will look at the lie and go, well, I don't know if the truth is the truth. I believe the lie. So now instead of having this really nice bright green that you're sure is green, now if somebody threw something into that paint color and it looks like a baby shit in that green. You know what I mean? So now you've got this same thought, but now it's been twanged, and it now instead of this nice bright beautiful green, it looks like baby poo that's been regurgitated, right? Yeah, there's several people that have been on here recently that haven't, which way did you go that way? I'm just messing. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're safe. We hope. So, but anyway, when I open a portal, when I, a lot of times they will open the subject, right? When I start a subject, and there are many times like the topic, the, uh, there are times when I literally wrestle over how to put the title of the video. And today was no exception. There were titles that were running through my head yesterday and today, and it came down to Monstro Invisibale. Cheers. So this is one of those subjects I could probably beat like a dead horse and just make it like uh as I'm kind of retracing my steps and describing this, if somebody will have hung out the full 3 hours of this, I'm not going to make this any longer. But that hopefully, even if they listen to it in two or three sections, like I have a tendency to do. But there's a lot of other scientific proof about, these trains of thought. For example, everybody does the same experiment, but the people watching the experiment have an effect on the experiment itself. And it's been proven, tested, all that kind of stuff. So, with that very basic, honest information, then we have to say, oh, so if somebody somewhere along the line is thinking on this same topic, but their idea of it is slightly askewed, that they can actually change the color of the frequency. Not that they're wrong, they're just not quite tuned in, fine tuned like the rest of us. It's not a good or a bad situation. It's the simple fact that it does. So for those folks who, like in radio and stuff, really want to, here's a really good example. If if you turn into a radio station and they're static, it'll drive you nuts. And you're going to try to fine tune that puppy. At least back in the day, we did. You fine tune that puppy where there's the least amount of static, right? And that you could tolerate, right? Um, so the cleaner the signal, the original intent, the cleaner and as simple as it is, it's less likely to get contaminated by anything with it, especially if no matter who's involved in it, they understand the basic rule. 4 words. You don't add, subtract, you don't, you understand how important just 4 words is with our intent. So that every person then that does the 4 words have a good year, it's all the same color because there's nothing else added to it. And if a person, no matter what they're thinking, I want to have a good year and I want my car fixed and I want to get an apartment. That's what that means. It doesn't matter. But the initial signal that is sent out like a bullet is have a good year. And for every person that just keeps with those 4 words, then the intent is so pure, the color of the intent remains. Now, some folks might be more brighter than others because their energy level might be low or they're busy or whatever, but it will be the same color. Now, that's interesting. So, we want to fine tune our intent, right? We want to fine tune what we can do to effect and affect the universe. Um, for example, how many of you are really paying attention? Raise your hand. Or are you just sitting back there and chatting between each other? And because something that has come up, and I would like to pose it to you, um, that there are folks who have said, you know what, you know, I got an uncle who's more ornery than normal. I got a sister or my wife or something, or I got somebody. Thanks, Travis. Look out below. Yeah. But that somebody, there are some folks that seem more agitated lately. Now, here are some, thank you, be witchcraft. Thank you, witch moon. Sorry about the witchcraft thing. But anyway, but Um, and this is speculation with people that I have been talking with privately, many different places, locally and other towns and some nearby and some in other states. So, but it seems that some folks that have had the shot and the booster by the other folks' observations now. They go, there's some folks that are acting a little more agitated. They're ornery. I mean, they're just, and there doesn't seem to be any reason why these folks are ornery, except the folks that have been talking to me are going, but they've had the shot. And I went, okay. Now that's their observation. But person over here, person up there, person down here, and person over here. So I'm bringing it up because of personal contact with folks that I know and curious if I'm with you, David Castle. But there are folks who are kind of wondering if it was because of that and the change of frequency that are creating the agitated, where I just kind of feel, like Sunday, and if you can't check it now because it's off the screen, but the other day, uh, when I said, like Sunday, I said, wow, and then I did a thing on Monday, or Tuesday it was, and I said, huh, y'all felt anything? Well, when I went back and looked at the Schumann resonance, it was like for a whole 24 hours, it was like way down hot, good green, lots of, lot of the earth got hit by a bunch of energy. And the earth responded Sunday. So yeah, buddy, people are feeling it. Now, the last few days, there have been little spots, but not near like Sunday was. Okay. Um, but I don't feel I want to use the word agitated, but not in a sense that I'm angry. Like maybe anxious is more like instead of uh but some people would take a little bit of um anxiousness as being agitated. And since they can't understand the energy, then their first reaction would be to be a little ornery. Now, some close friends of mine, my own observation, I was like, and then later a statement, and I was like, oh, yeah, I saw that, you know, oh, I saw that, oh. And there wasn't any really malice or intent, but there was some orneriness that just shouldn't have been there. And the folk who got ornery was like, man, I just got ornery, didn't I? I'm sorry. So it's like the people that it's affecting, are like, wait a minute, I didn't really mean that. I mean, so it's like, yeah, it's a change of energy. The masks are to protect the people that didn't get the shot from being other people that did. Right. It's so stupid. It's literally gotten insane. And I'm praying for the folks in New York City. Oh God, I just okie doke. But I thought they had better sense. I mean, I really did. And for me, I was like, I would just, I would shut down the bridges. I mean, if I were there and part of the populace and whatever, and wanted to make a point, I would just say, okay, I'm going to this bridge. Anybody want to come? And then anybody show up at the bridge and then shut it down, and to prove a point that, okay, this is stupid. We live here. We're the people. We, the people, have a decision, and we do not agree with you. And I'm sorry, but nonviolent participation. But let's make the point. Sorry, no, no, they did it with, But I don't want to get into it. But my point is, I'm behind them, folk. I'm behind them, folk, and because of the folk in New York and what they are going through and so forth. There are folk down here that are going, you hear about them folk in New York? Man, oh man, oh man, you hear about them folk in New York? So somebody else said, hey, babe, you hear about them folk in New York? Man. So there are people down here between each other that have picked up on that energy. You see what I'm saying? So and the frequency or whatever. Hey, you heard about the seven, you hear about them folk in New York? And then it's like, oh holy crap. So not necessarily do I want to know the details, but I'm going to send out a prayer for peace. Very simple. I pray for peace, but I'm folk in New York. I, okay. And because they have to work it out themselves or whatever. I know how I feel about it. If I were there, I know what I would be like talking to other people about, hey, we need to have a nonviolent demonstration that really proves our point. But okay. So in thinking, just thinking that, it's like there are people out there that are thinking that at the moment, going, you know, have you had enough of this, Clyde? Yeah, me too. Well, what about you? Yeah, well, I don't want to hurt anybody, but man, I sure wish I could get my point of view across how we really felt in our neighborhood or something. And so you get a couple glasses of wine and a bottle of, scotch or something, or some Mad Dog 2020, and you can change some people's minds and their opinions, and you might end up with a mob. You know what I mean? There is that invisible, intangible thing that is created. So to folk in New York, there are some intangible but obvious critters created because of it. Um, they're invisible. Invisibale. Monstros Invisibale. At your theaters now. So, but anyway, I continue to pray. What time is it? 2:36. Yeah, I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you and your friends and your family will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the messages and healing and all the gifts from the universe. And I really hope that this video and what I'm trying to convey hits home with some folks. And I'm following, they're not necessarily orders, but they're like sitting on my back with my arm tied behind my back going, talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. But that, consider the angels or whoever it is, um, they want us to be as effective as possible. They want us to be the best that we can be without being unconsciously sideswiped by other folks and things. And if we can understand the basic mechanics of the light energy that we project, the light energy that we collectively project, the light energy, etc. If we understand, oh, well, I don't want to change the color of my intent, you know. Wait a minute, what do you mean? Well, if I'm going to pray for peace, then I don't want to be distracted, right? So you say, well, I'll sit down and do meditate and pray for peace. I'm going to be in a peaceful mind versus driving down the road. Well, I got time on my hands. I'm gonna pray for peace while I'm driving. Ain't nothing wrong with that neither. But it might not have the same oomph as if you're sitting at the house and the day's done and you got a few minutes and it's peaceful and you take a deep breath and you send that intention out. And is it going to be the same color? You know what I mean? Is it going to have the same force? So it's going to be slightly different, but it is going to come from you. But if you understand that you can alter that vibration, that change of color, by simply not being distracted, you know, and how much saying something when you're distracted versus with just a little bit of sanity, the difference that it could make. You go, well, I still pray for peace and driving down the highway. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But if you really want to get down to it, then you wait till you have a quiet moment. Both are okay. But if you really, really want to get it there, short and simple. Yes, Steve, take care. We love you too. I'm fixing to go to it's 3 hours and almost 10 minutes by the time you've heard this with the lag. Um, and I've been doing stuff and cutting wood and things today, and I got other stuff I need to do. And the other morning when I stayed on until like 5 or 6 or whatever it was, it wiped me out. That day, Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, that session wiped me out. So I don't want to get wiped out, but I do love sharing time with you. And I can't reiterate enough what my spirit guides are like. Please, please, please consider what was said in this video, um, almost to a begging point, because if you can understand the wirings and so forth, it keeps us out of the confusion. But then also, as we learn it, like if you could have seen it how I seen it the other night and how they turned on the different things and how it was, I was like, holy crap, that makes so much sense, you know. But here's the thing though, that as we learn it and can go, I can see where, well, I really want this color to be blue, not sort of blue, okay, all right. So when you understand that your words, they of course they mean something, but the interpretation of the intent as to the brightness of the color of the intent was not on my radar. I was like, whoa, intent. And I have thought of it in terms of, sparks of light or whatever, and attaching them with the universe and different ways of visualizing this, right? But when they took me out and showed me the colors of the frequencies, I was like, "Ooh, oh, okay." And there wasn't like, it wasn't, well, red has a tendency to be a warning. Okay. So, and blues and greens are more happy. Okay. But, so there are certain patterns, but it wasn't like everything had to be a particular way. But the topic of have a good year sets up a frequency, which is a color. And if we add anything to it, we've changed the frequency and the color. If we add one word or drop a word, have good year. Doesn't sound right, but but we drop the A, the frequencies change. It sounds odd to our ears. So have a good year has a flow to it and a melody. And therefore, you see, have good year sounds robotic. There's no melody to it. Okay. So, but when they showed me the colors, I was like, holy crap. Here they're giving me different, um, like how to explain it. Now, you may not have ever seen, um, oh crap, the light filament. They transmit stuff to fibers, optic fibers. There you go. So we were playing with optic fibers in different colors in a play we did years ago because we were trying to set up, an effect. So we had these rope lights, and we could change the color of the rope light by focusing the beam down the rope light thing, and it would be purple or blue or green or whatever, right? So in our lighting effect. So, twisting the dial just a little bit, change that light frequency that shot through that, and it altered the color. So, so looking at these routings, if you will, so the fiber optics, if you look down on them, not on end. You know, this one was more red, this one was purple, this one was green. And, you know, so it was like wires in a car or something, you know, but it was more fluid, you know. And, but the more intense whatever it was that was being discussed, the brighter those fishing lines or the fiber optics would light up. But so anyway, it was very interesting. There were pulses like you've seen pictures of the brain where there are the neurons firing between the different, you know, sections of the brain and the lobes and stuff. And so, as the topic, the frequency it was, as the topic was discussed, it was like neurons firing like on the brain. So, you know, Chicago, the big cities were like them big spots on the brain that you see, and the electrical impulses and stuff in your brain that you've seen, I'm sure, on some of these you know, programs and whatever. Um, and so it was interesting to see it from that point of view. So, you know, the more chatter there was, you know, like between Chicago and, you know, Detroit, which are close together versus Chicago and New York. So greater distance. And, but in the quantum, it doesn't matter. It goes quick. But they were showing me that in the quantum, it can be thicker over here and not so much over here. And trying to show me that by intensity of light, and the, you know, the fiber, I'm thinking fiber optics now, but there was actually little dots and little very pretty, very interesting. But when the big picture was all put together. So do you want to add to the mayhem or get your point across? Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to add to the mayhem, and I would like to get my point across. Okay. Have a good year is the example. Okay. I wish for peace. Period. Well, what about over here? What doesn't matter. I wish for peace. But isn't that a tall order? Well, if I break it down, then then it gets fragmented and my wish doesn't really work in the universe because it changes the frequency when I change my focus on the subject. Oh, well, I want the color to be blue all the way down. Hey, Al, hope you're doing well. So my intent of whatever, so you know, have a good year, keep it simple. So there's melody, there's enough sound to it. It's very simple, and this would be hard to alter it by anybody else because it's the signal's so clean, right? So all of us send out these really short bursts of clear signals that's going to be hard to get messed up with the other stuff. So no matter where we are, and you can Project Skyfalls. I didn't see you earlier. But here's the deal: we're coming up on a. Are we already past the 20? Oh crap! I'm really late in my head, ain't I? Oh, I know what it is. I'm looking over here as to how much time, how many hours I've been on, and I've been on for 3 hours and 18 minutes. So I've got a 20 coming up here in 2 minutes. Okay. 3 hours and 20 minutes. Well, understood that way about the color. But here's a thing that has, over the years that they've showed me about frequencies and colors and stuff. And it's like there are so many variations in so many wavelengths on in the spectrum of the universe that we have not even yet to be able to understand. what color it is, you know. That like these invisible lines of transmission between us here in the soul tribe, you know. And for those of us who, you know, think on a particular line, whatever it is, whether it be peace or love or harmony, you know, when we're all vibrating that simple vibration, it's hard to miss it, and it really feels good. So, but they're saying whatever. Now I'm listening to them right now, like I would be pulling cards. Okay, and for whatever's coming up in the future, is going to deal a lot with vibrations. And for some people, like for me, I have. Let me finish this about the colors, but let me talk to you for a minute about faces. Um, so, but that for folks who are having their minds opened up and things change, the idea of seeing the color of someone's words or the color of someone's thoughts or the color of music, okay? Some people have, you know, have visualized seeing things in color. You know, there are, you know, different programs that are programmed, you know, so when you hit a middle C, that a certain color comes up. So I don't think there's anything, you know, that a color that has been assigned to, you know, like, you know, middle C is this color everywhere. I don't know that that exists, but I know there are folks who have made color programs that, but you know, uh, one program might be the middle C on the piano is yellow, and somebody else's program might be that middle C is blue. Okay, so middle C is important to each one of the programs, but they're not necessarily the same color. So I'm like, okie doke. And I'm, you know, I've worked light and sound and so forth in theater and so forth. So a lot of these things I relate in how I set the lights, like for Tallahassee Little Theater and how the things in it and all the settings anyway. So, um, but if I can visualize what the understanding of what they're trying to explain to us. So, and some of this, and it's been discussed by some other people too, that, and I've been talking about it for years, you know, this jump to fifth dimension ain't going to happen. We got to go to fourth first. And so, one of the things that for me as a shaman in training, one of the things as part of my, you know, learnings is to be able to see colors in the universe, right? To see these patterns without taking some kind of hallucinogenic. I've already done that, seen a lot of colors and stuff. But now in my journey, it's to see these colors, not from memory, but to use my memory to see the colors. Okay. So it's like, all right. Because I know they're there. And I know when I took acid and mushrooms and stuff, I could see them colors. And every time I took acid or mushrooms, certain colors were all, I mean, certain things were always the same color. But now I try to see the psychic, whatever part of something, and I go, well, that used to be, you know, another color. You know, I used to be able to see this other color, you know. So now my journey is, you know, all those things that I saw while tripping, that kind of the memory went away the next day or so, you know, when you came down and got back to reality. And so the intensity of the experience drops proportionately. But some things just over the years are still the same. They're like still the same color, you know, and that they would like bring this up now. So if there is truly is, and like I said, Sunday there was a lot of high energy showed up in this human. if we really are being changed, if for those of us who are being more aware of it and sensitive to it, and rather than, like I said, that some folks seem to be getting kind of ornery at times, and just out of sorts and like, why do you not? I mean, men and women, just like really just get out of sorts really quick, and then just like what? So the commonality from some of the people that I've been talking to that have called me and talked to me and other family members and stuff, they've all had the thing. So don't know, but I do know this, that I missed my 320 mark on how long I was here, so I'll take one now. Things look and colors are happy to me when on shrooms. Yeah, 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 yeah. Um, oh, that's cool, Al. Well, I've had South Georgia cow shrooms, cow mushrooms out of, the real deal. But other folks, they've showed me pictures of the mushrooms, and I go, sorry, that's not the really good ones. Close, but no pickle. And here's the thing, if I could walk better and longer and so forth, right now here in South Georgia, this is the time of year to go picking them. It's been very wet, damp, clammy, and there are all other types of mushrooms all over the place right now. So if you knew of a good cow field down here, uh, now's the time. It's going to be warm and muggy the next couple of days. It's December. It's going to be like 80 degrees, 75. Today, the high temperature here at the house, it got to 57. you know, I had to put fire in the in the thing just to warm the house up a little bit. It was so crummy. I got my little heater on now because I didn't want to burn any more wood. It because a strange hum, very loud hum. Wow, just some interesting things going on in the universe. But so I think maybe they're trying to explain right now about this thing about our thoughts and our intentions, and the silent monsters, the invisible monsters that are actually there, that are created by thought patterns from groups of people and things and stuff. So do we want to add to the monster? Now here's the thing, if we can see the footprints of one of these monstros invisibales, and we know that somewhere, there's stuff going on, we can send a bullet of positive to that frequency and change its color. Now, if we ignore some of these things entirely and people give in, they give up, and then the lines all turn, we'll just say, devil red, okay? And so, do we want to interfere with them and get our ass kicked? Or, what do we do? Well, it depends on how dark the color is of red, as far as like evil. Okay. I'm going to leave, I ain't going to say the word again. But so it's red. So, really dark, deep red, stay away from it. Yeah, but I hate this and I want to give my 2 cents. Yeah, but that particular line of thought is like really, really, really red, and your color's blue. It ain't gonna work. You ain't even gonna show up. And if anything, it could backfire on you because there's so much of theirs. So it'd be like, um, like punching a hole in a water hose and water spurting out. Well, you want to get at the water, but anyway, it squirts in the eye. So you get it washed away. You don't end up as part of the stream, right? You get kicked out of it. So these new changes that are supposed to be coming within the next year or so to the universe, and there absolutely seems to be a different mindset and frequency going on. So, do, do how do we react to some of these things? Well, if we react with simple, honest, clean, and clear intent, without fluff and other things to get our minds and energies confused, it keeps us. I know for me, instead of trying to wiggle all around with the peace thing. And I did this years ago because I was like, well, there's peace go, there's a war over here, there's this over there, and it's like, well, I want to pray for these people, and it was back when they were hacking people up with machetes, and I was like, because I work with a machete down here, a bush axe down here in the woods, and I know what a bush axe can do to a tree with one swipe when I hit it right. And I just, I've told folks, I got my zombie killers, if you will, and they're very effective. So I every time I go outside to use it legally on trees and stuff, I I I think sometimes, God, they have used these same things on human beings to kill them, and I shudder every time. I can't go there. You know what I mean? But so I think, yeah, if the zombies ever come after me, I got me my tool. So rather than think about all the people who have been beheaded and chopped up and killed and murdered and so forth with the type of machete that I use, I got to stay out of that, you see. So there is a red color that could be associated with the use of certain types of machetes, you see. So I would stay out of the red one and think about zombies. Still using machetes, still cutting and slicing while I'm cutting, um, you know, wood and trees and scrubs and, um, so it changes the color of whatever that thought is. And there are times when, well, I really don't want to think about that. Yeah, well, think about all the people that were killed. That's a negative thought. All those people that were killed with machetes. It was horrible. But why do I have to bring it up? I'm thinking to myself, when I'm using it out there legitimately, using it to cut brush and bush and, make the trails and do the thing right, legitimately. Had I not ever heard of someone using that to hack somebody up with, then I would have never been able to associate using one of these. Um, but having seen things back in the day, so that memory tries to put me into that color of frequency. And, of course, I immediately turn it off, because it pops up a lot of times when I'm not even aware it's there. Like, ooh, remember them people back? Don't, sorry, turn it off, go someplace else. Don't follow through on the thought, because you might open an old portal that somebody else will think about it or something or something or something or something. So, as the new energies and things are changing people, and who knows what else, like with the pokes, I'm gonna pray everyone stay safe. Everyone stay safe. Could mean from shots or driving down the road. Al, you stay safe. You know, so everyone stay safe. It fits the 4-word rule that still has melody. Um, I'll be on duty in 3 hours. Good night, Al. Be safe. Love you too. Oh, yeah. When you get back, you think it's been a year. Absolutely. Yeah. Mushrooms will do that too, depending on the strength of the mushroom. But um, I have here recently, within the last couple of years, and I have told you all about some of them, like that time out on the river, I got lifted. I mean, out on the lake that's on the river, that I got lifted up into space in the middle of the night. That was like, there was no LSD or mushrooms or DMT or anything, but I'm here to tell you that was one of the trippiest. My little trip 2 nights ago, with this showing me about the electrical lines and the invisible monsters that are created by the energies of topics. I was like, what? Yeah, this is the color right now of the topic of abortion. What? The topic has a color? Yeah, because it's a frequency. Oh, I mean, it. They took me on a nice ride. So I would just hope that you would understand. Well, our words and this and that, but other people's topics, which I could use someone's name and participation in things and this and that, certain person that Brian and I would refuse not to talk about. And many times we have talked about things in opposition to this person's show every day at 2 Eastern. Um, that simply to listen to the topic of the wrong frequency would include you in the frequency. And it's like, well, no, well, yeah. Did you listen to it? Yeah. Okay, then you were part of it. Well, no, I wasn't. I didn't like it or whatever. Not my point. Because you listened, you participated. Your energy was there. Whether you agreed or not is not the point. It's the point that you were there. That's all. Were you there? Yeah. Did you listen? Yeah. Then you participated. Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't get in the chat. Then you're really not understanding what I'm trying to say. Our thought patterns, our energies that get caught up in these energy transmission lines on the subject. And not to be rude to anybody, but so if I'm listening to something and I'm like, wow, that really fucking pisses me off. Well, guess what? That energy, because I'm thinking on the topic along with all these other people, I just, I just sent a melon into, I just threw a melon in the toilet and tried to flush it, uh, you know. So I'm not nodding my head and agreeing, or like, well, I don't know about this. No, I have, tried to flush a cantaloupe down the toilet. Didn't fit. So for me, in my toilet to the sewer system, which is a horrible thought, but if we thought of it more of a drainage system that connects, so everybody's got a thought and it ends up down the toilet at some point. Oh, what a visualization. Hey, honey, I'm going to go drop some thoughts. you know, okay, honey, I got home and I just had to run in. Hey, you just poop one of them little, I just had to poop one of them little knots out. And it was a really nasty one, poop, ping, it hit the water, splashed up and hit my butt. I was like, whoa, that was anyway. Yeah. But I guess for me, um, this obviously is part of my training, and like further definition of things. Like I, for me, the visualization and seeing it was like, wow, it was really pretty. It was interesting. It was informative, and I won't never forget it. You know. So I'm trying to convey these pictures to you in hopes that at some point, and it might not be now, it might not be next week, but at some point, because we have chatted and shared this, that something might come in the near future, and it you will reference this information. I don't know what it means. I don't have. They're just saying just to understand it will help us to cope with whatever some of these new changes are. And one of them that I've discussed before, and some other folks too that I've listened to for a long time, and they all mentioned it like within a week of each other, and they're on different sides and places and stuff, but that the energy field, because of Aquarius, and we've moved across moving across the galactic plane of the Milky Way, and a lot of stuff, which is all true. But how we as human beings and so forth we're going to react to all this stuff, that's what's, nobody knew, not even them, right? So but fourth dimensionally speaking, I've explained for lots of times that we can't miss it, we can't skip it. And in the fourth, we're going to learn to see things without, we already know that orbs exist, but we're going to be able to see some of these things. Some folks already have. My dear friend Marcia, that passed away, could see ghosts and things and orbs and stuff without any special. Um, and and I've known other people who can see entities. I have seen entities myself at times. That the ghost that woke me up to get us out of the house that burned down, Mr. Croft, God bless him to this day, but he materialized. I described him a few hours after the fire was down. It burned for a week. It was so hot. But my friend that I was renting the house from, he said, and we were looking through his family album, and I said, "That's the guy right there. The same shirt, the same bandana, the same um, train hat thing on his head, and the bib overalls, the pocket watch, everything, just like in that picture in his family album." And I'd never seen his family album before, but it was the guy that woke me up to get us out of the house when it was on fire. Mr. Croft. I would sit on the front porch in the rocking chair with nobody in it, would rock back and forth. The reason they rented the house to us is because everybody that lived in the house moved out because they said the house was haunted. And they wouldn't tell me because I lived there for 4 years and didn't have any problems. But when I went to jail, I was living in that house. So they rented it while I was gone. While I was gone for a year, they rented it to three different families, and all three families moved out because they said the place was haunted. When I got back, I was there for almost a year before the house burnt down. But me and the spirit got along just fine. So, he was happy to have me back and materialized when the house caught on fire so that we would not be injured. I mean, to me, that story, that thing that I have actually witnessed and so forth, you don't have to convince me that these people and energies exist, and how much energy that it takes to, manifest yourself to like shake my foot and wake me up. And it happened in November, like 2.5 weeks ago would have been my, another anniversary. Now, unfortunately, if I'd stayed in that house, I would have never bought this property. So there's a really odd synchronicity because after the house burned down, we moved. I was like, I started looking for a piece of land, because it was hard to find a place to rent and all this stuff. And anyway, buffering. And if you feel you're being attacked, you are, and your intuition is telling you to do something that brings love and joy to your heart, shake it off. I would agree with that statement, and I would add this: don't freak out. Some of the energies I was feeling the other day, I kind of, I say I looked at myself. I was just looking out the window, and Duggar was over here, and I think the football game was on. And anyway, but as I was feeling these feelings, I kind of looked within myself, and I was like, I could almost be panicked. The vibration in me, I was like, I could almost feel panicked. And that's when I said earlier, it was sort of like an agitation, but not. But but here's the thing: for all of us, we can't freak out about it. If we have a session or something, please don't have a panic attack over it. You know, and I think they're saying, yeah, that's one reason to like the energy's coming in, and so. But if we can kind of say, well, what am I listening to right now? What am I thinking about right now? Maybe whatever the topic I might be on at the moment or have been distracted to, and it'd be perfectly. Don't get me wrong. Um, Not everything that you are going to come across or think about or topic that crosses you is going to be in some way going to steal you away or change you. No, but there are some that will. That's the point. Be aware of the ones that could steal your energy just simply by well, I'll listen to the news for a few minutes. Could wipe you right out, and you would have to find your color again because what you just watched or listened to and the frequency of that topic has an effect on your color. And if we can look at situations in colors, and it doesn't matter what the color is. I mean, if it's really red, obviously stay out. It was a nice calm blue or something, or it's the ocean in the background. Make sure there aren't any sharks, um, but anyway, so just passing this along. But they're saying future events uh, will could make this information valuable to some folks to help them understand what's happening to their brain patterns and happening energetically, and how can I somehow, if you start seeing energy fields, okay, and you don't understand what you're looking at, it freaks you out. If you've never seen someone's aura or stuff like that, but if these changes that have been predicted for a while now, I've been awaiting, right? But as a shaman in training, I'm also been practicing, right? So it's like, okay, um, practicing in that, to just be in contact with nature and to be able to just see what's already here, to feel and be aware and to know that all of us are connected, right? So if you can start feeling or seeing other energy fields and you ain't got a clue what's going on, and you don't know if this one is like, what's this one over here, and it am I actually seeing this shit, or is this my imagination? Am I stoned? or am I actually seeing it? So now, after this time, and what time is it? Is it three what? It's 3:19. Is it really? It's 3:20. I made it. Okay, let's all have one. Smoke if you got 'em, and a fire in the hole. And I'll change topics slightly, and then I'm gonna leave it all with you. That was a good 420, 320 there. There are some folks, David, as sometimes the attack is coming from a heavy stream of energy that people will allow themselves to partake of for a short period. And when they do, they expose themselves to the topic, which is full of stuff and energetically speaking. So now there are some folks, now they're just scared to death and they are attracting so many negative energies to like ready to just pounce on these people. Quit being freaking scared. Just stop it. Well, they're attacking me. Everything's attacking me. Stop it. You are just like the rabbit card. You are calling fear upon you, and you're waving a great big giant energetic flag to those entities going, oh, look, there's one over there. You know, stop it. Whether you are actually being attacked or not, there are some people that are convinced they're being attacked by stuff. And I'm convinced they have convinced themselves that they're being attacked. Oh, there's energy all around me. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I think you're being a little paranoid. I'm sorry. Well, they're attacking me, right? Would you calm down? You ain't even in control. Oh, but they're all around me. Like, oh man, okie dokie. And here's the thing: they're all around them because they believe they're all around them. They won't go. No, no, sorry. Y'all go away. They won't try to take control of the situation. Oh, they're all around me. I'm under attack. But then take control. Well, I can't because I'm under attack. Um, okay. Well, then go ahead. Just die. Give up. Well, I can't. I won't. Oh, I'll be attacked. Then take control. You got to take control and say, please leave me alone. Please go away. If you want to throw Jesus in there or God or something, okey doke. But you gotta stand up and say no. And they will still peck at you, but the more you gain confidence, and they know that no matter how many times these little black birds in from the depths will come up and peck at you, you just I'm sorry, go away. David, I would agree with that up to a point, but sometimes some people do not have, do not know how to do what you're describing. But regardless of whether or not you can sing and dance and play music, is the fact that if you are under attack or whatever, what you need to do now, I love you, David, I do, but playing music and dancing is a distraction to yourself. Why? Because when I was stuck on the river and there were, negative energies and things, and I couldn't dance or sing or whatever, You have to say no, period. So, and then you can sing and dance. But if you don't learn how to say no, the singing and the dancing is just masking and you're not dealing with it. Oh, well, I'm changing it. I love you, David, I do. But because I've done this. So you sing and dance to change your mood. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Do it. You're in a bad mood, put on some good music. Things ain't working out, then dance. But if something's attacking you, singing and dancing is masking the issue. If something is attacking you, if you feel something's really after your ass, then you need to turn the music off and stop dancing and plant your feet and point at whatever it is and say, okay, that's enough. That's enough. Honor my space. Keep it simple. Don't pick a fight with them, but tell them, no, leave me alone. Now, because of that, you have to take control of your aura. You have to take control of your core and you have to build your shield. Now, I know if you're playing music and dancing, then you ain't working on focusing on your shield if you're under attack. Now, if you're, a mood, you need a mood change or whatever, I'm absolutely 110% up with David on this. I'm talking about if you're being under attack, do not sing and dance. Turn it off, sit down, whatever you're doing, stop what you're doing and plant your feet and say, no, go away. And be confident in it 100.1% that the universe and all of the good angels will help you in that. But do you understand what I mean and the difference of that? But to change, a bad mood into a good one, turn the music up and go dancing. Absolutely. If you're under attack, do the opposite. Plant your feet and just say no. Don't make up anything. Oh, they're attacking me, whatever. Stay calm. The calmer you are, will slow them and stop them. Why? Because the more frantic you are, it's like piranha and throwing some raw meat in with some sharks. They go into a frenzy. So the more calm you are, they're like, well, this just ain't no fun. If they can peck at you and you react and you jump and woo, look at that, like somebody wanted to tickle you, but it hurts, right? So the more that you can control it, the more that you can, not be tickled, the more that you can not react to it, even though it still might be happening. When you find that control, then you'll be singing and dancing without any music. I mean, that's how profound it is. So I agree with you. Turn the music up and go dancing if you're changing your mood or whatever. But if you're honestly under attack, you really gotta focus and tell them no, because only your light should shine. Only your candle should burn. If anything else is going on or whatever, it distracts your light. It distracts your energy. My point, David, is you can't always sing and dance to get out of situations. Period. That's it. Oh, you chase them away, but you haven't dealt with the issue. You haven't dealt with the issue. Been there, done that. I know the difference. That's why I bring it up. Period. You know, be safe. You can't always dance your way out of it. Period. Sometimes you got to plant your feet and put your hands on your hips and go, Sorry. No. And mean it. And because that's what I had to learn myself. I tried to dance myself out of too many situations. It never worked. Why? Because I never dealt with it. I allowed the music and the dancing to deflect what I needed to do. And what I needed to do was, regardless of music or dancing, I had to deal with those entities, period. And so, with that, it's been 4 hours. I've been here. I love you all. Uh, to chase the blues away, always go dancing. Um, and in the serious of cases, be careful. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, and sometimes instructions on how to get out of tight spots. you know, uh, like from my brain keeps going back to my 3 days on the river without food or water, and at 105 in the shade, uh, and and that experience, and how it relates for me to other things, but and why I feel the difference, having been in circumstances like that, and having, these sons of bitches in the middle of the night tried to drown me. Okay, drowned me. My canoe was turned sideways, and I was at the bottom of it, me and my dog, and I ended up with my head in the water. And I have tried to duplicate that, and I cannot. And all I know is like, so I have literally had shit attack me in the wilderness, uh, and the only way out of it is, especially when I could barely even move and get up, was to, just get it all together and just, stand strong. So, different circumstances for different folk, but, those energies that might come around us, especially if you live in certain populated areas and stuff, when I was traveling around and so forth, there are some places I was like, there's some strange energies around here. But one thing that I have seen some folks do recently, because these are new energies, some folks are wanting to call them evil and bad, like, already. And like, wait, hang on. Just because it's new and you don't understand it, is it bad? You know, I'm sorry, just saying. So are they different? Absolutely. From, oh, and I need to go back to the faces. Since Sunday and the energy fluctuation, now all of us have a tendency to look at the clouds or something and we can see faces, right? Not a problem. Now there's a word for the people who see faces and things. All right. Well, I've got a concrete floor and there's cracks and things and patterns and stuff, just stuff. And I got all kinds of natural wood, and, there's knots and grains and things. And there are, patterns sometimes. And, so there's stuff, right? But since Sunday, I can look at a patch on the floor that I have been looking at since I laid the concrete, and see 15 different faces of different, like, depths. Some of them are like what if you were to, there's an artist who, um, the whole thing's done in black and shadow. So everything, like, there's a shadow here where the nose is, and there's an eyebrow, and and everything's just white, right? So I'm like, whoa, there's a face. And then I'm not even paying attention. There's another one. There's a quit looking, then I'll be looking over here and well, son of a bitch, I'll see one on the wall with the pattern on this concrete wall. And then I'll look over here and I'll see a pattern over here. There'll be a face. And there'll be little tall ones. This one, they're so danged obscure though. And I'm like, what? And I'm looking at this one piece down here. And I saw three different things. Then one was a pig, one was a this, and something. I was like, now I don't even look down at the floor because every time I see this white patch, there's a something else that wants to, some other animal, critter, face, or something wants to come out of it. But where are all these faces coming from? Why am I seeing? So for me, it's like jumping the reality. So somehow it's just a concrete floor. But my eyes, my perception of things are some of the faces are like this big and they're stretched out, and some of them are using, lights and there's like an outline, and some of them are obscure, and some of them are like, whoa, I never saw that face on the floor before, So it's okay. It's okay. Um, but I'm just curious. Anybody else? I see them in Rocky Mountains. Um, but to my point, though, it's since Sunday. It's just like I ain't taking any more drugs or nothing, But the incidents of just nonchalantly looking at something and a see a face in it, where I have not before. Lots of stuff I'm seeing faces these last couple of days. And I look back down on the floor and it ain't the same face that I saw earlier. There'll be a different configuration. So just thought I would just toss that one out there. Um, and there are times when I'm like, "Whoa, wow, oh, I kind of see. Yeah, if I work it out over here, I'm looking at this table, and I could work out. Oh, okay, there could be a face there. Nah, this wasn't could be. This was be is be. It's like no, there's the face. Here's the outline. I could have taken a pencil and drawn it out. And it was like watching somebody's um, um, doodling on a pad of paper with all the different things on the floor. So I'm bringing that up just as a I've noticed that since the energy change this last uh, Sunday. So we'll see what comes before us. And stay holly jolly merry Christmas, Um, and I hope this, you know, helps folks to understand. I honestly, I've got this kind of like strange, weird about these energies and the topics and something, and I don't know. It's like they usually don't take me off on these excursions unless it really means something. Do I understand it right now? Nah. But what I'm telling y'all right at this moment, for the last several days, and before the energy thing, it seems on Sunday, there was something, future ish that I try to stay out of, that they're just like, be prepared. Okay. Energy wise, be prepared. Yeah. Okay. And, it's sort of, but there's been this nonchalant, constant be prepared. Now there's like some emphasis, like, be prepared. Okay. All right. I got this. No, I mean, be prepared. Be okay, I got this. We've had tornadoes and floods and storms and stuff, and okay. No, maybe okay. Calm down, y'all. But it's there are times when it's like this particular message, and I really don't understand what it means. I can see it, I feel it, I've watched it, I experienced it, I understand the basic layouts and but I don't know what giving me this information means. I don't understand that. I understand about the great spider network and energies in the universe. I've understood that for a while. But for them to give me the specific information about topics, and Democrats have one, there's a everything that's related is everything that's an R is this, and look, oh, so that there are topics that have become invisible monsters. They have actually, in a way, are similar to an artificial AI. Why? Because you can't touch it. It doesn't really belong to the internet, but the internet affects it or helps it, or, just whatever. But whether the internet was here or not, the quantum internet has always been here. So the more the topics are, the vibrations are kept, those lines in the quantum stay open. And people are becoming more aware. So these open lines in the quantum are affecting them. And that's what can swipe them, from their reality, in that they don't even know. Well, all I did was check this out for a minute. I know. But in that minute or two or whatever, like watching cats play or something, somewhere in there, they had your attention to the point where nothing else mattered but watching that kitty cat clip. And you don't see a thing wrong with it. And to most folks and everything, it's fine. But that little bit of time that you were there, they had your energy, they had your thought pattern, they had your color, they had your frequency. And because you watched it, you added to it, you participated, you hit the like button, you know. Well, I did. It was only 30 seconds long. That's not the point. It's not the point. And it's not to argue with anybody. It's not to like you're doing anything wrong. But do you know that every time you do this, your energy goes here and here? It becomes a part of this topic, at least for that short time. And you can't recover that energy because it's gone. It's like one of the things that I got into years ago, like, well, Dave, why don't you play these games, and into all this stuff. And I'm like, I really like playing games in the day, but now it's like that I just want to go, they feel evil to me somehow because they steal. Oh, but I'm just playing a game. Okay. Now, if I'm playing Mahjong, that's different. If I'm playing this role playing game and running through a thing like I've watched my friends play, I just don't want any part of that. I really don't. And they're all involved. Or there's somebody in New York that's playing with somebody from Minnesota who's playing with somebody down here, and they're doing this team thing, and one of them gets shot and dropped back. They go over and they give him and he gets his life back and he gets restored and they bring him back. Oh, I'm like, holy crap. And so, it's like real life role playing with a cell phone and these interactive games, and plus the VR and all this other stuff. I'm like, I I I'm sorry. What did you gain out of the hour that you did that? Oh, it's fun to play. But but sometimes some of these folks, I look at them and they look dazed, like, I just played a video game for an hour. And they're like, not stupid, in a way, kind of stupefied. They seem to be in a stupor, not stupid, but a stupor. And like, okie doke, kind of like shake it off. I know when I played a lot of games back when my had my fast computer, and the DVDs had first come out instead of CDs, and some of the games we could play, were like a whole lot faster. Now, they're a lot better now than they were then. But I mean, at first, we could actually move through the game without it going chung 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 chung, or hitting alt left or something to go to the next. Anyway, so I was caught up in gaming to the point where, but as I came, and one of my favorite games was called Descent. There weren't monsters to kill per se. Uh, I can't remember there was oh man, it was sort of like a Russian thingy uh, way back in the day. You know, with zombies and thingies, and it was a lot of slaughter. But this, there were robots in a mine, and that had gotten AWOL, and your job was to get down into the mine and rescue these folks who were trapped in this section, and you had to get down there and get them, and you had to kill whatever was in your way, otherwise you were going to get et or killed or whatever. So killing robots and machines, not a problem for me. But when there all this other stuff and all this blood and gore and guts started, being produced all around everywhere, um, I absolutely simply, um, the faces are everywhere and the writing is too. I agree with that way. But my point is, since Sunday though, my incidence of seeing these patterns has gone up, and seeing things out of the corner of my eyes, flashes and stuff, and I go, something just went by now, damn it. I know it did, because I'm not going crazy or whatever. Something just went past my head, you know. And okay, but um, whatever my guides are telling me is coming, they're just saying be prepared. And if I have any more insight to now, I do understand why keeping our intentions and turning them into little energy bullets versus long drawn out, you know, um, streams of energy that really don't have the pack and wallop and everything. So I really understand that. But understanding that, oh my God, the topic of abortion has a consciousness, and it's one of those Monstro Invisibales. Be careful, because now that they've showed me, it's like, oh, holy crap, there are monsters every freaking where. And not all of them are bad, you know. And I think they're with the understanding that these topics actually have a frequency, then we who participate, and whether we participate or not, but how we participate, without a bunch of hullabaloo, we can simply smile while participating, would change the energy or the frequency of that intention versus just doing it straight faced or being angry and doing something, you know. But so um, it seems very interesting. I have been watching these patterns as I have gone inside my own brain with Bob the Builder and guys to try to rebuild. There's a great big scar over this eye. And when you look at this brain scan they did, that you can see where the hammer hit my forehead. I have some really bad stuff that happens right here with my forehead, headaches and pain and dizziness, and the fact that I'm not dead yet because of that, that's amazing to me, you know. Heck with anybody else, but when they say that on the bone scan, they went, you got hit with a hammer? Yeah. And you're still alive? Yeah. You're still walking and talking? Well, sometimes, you know. But um, it just seems that whatever they've showed me here these last couple of days, and how it and the fact that they would show me this, like, after this little energy boost or something, you know, give me something to contemplate. Um, I've seen and understand the patterns and the connections in the universe, and Spider Woman's role in tending all of these lines of communication between planets and stars and moons and just and us. But in all of that, I never thought that a bunch of thoughts could actually kind of sort of become an entity, a being. What? A monster, a critter. Ain't that fun? So, but years ago, there are people who've been working within the telecommu- telecommunication and on towers and and stuff, high energy. And folks that might have remember, the Basis Project, and some even Project Camelot with Kerry Cassidy and Miles Johnson over there in the UK. I think he's UK, but anyway, and some other folks that work on, that worked in radio and high, sure enough, um, high tension fields and so forth, and that they were seeing spiders that would materialize. They'd open up a panel box, and there'd be like this crystalline, weird kind of spider attached to the energy, to the cables, and that they would like pulse. And there are a lot of people were having issues, and especially folks who worked in the industry. And Miles had interviewed quite a few people over the years that had discussed these energetic spiders, and they like quit the business. They got out of being in that business, didn't want to go near the panels or whatever, climbing on towers and stuff, and just no. So now with the 5G, but so there were these invisible critters that seemed, and there was some discussion as to whether or not these spider looking things were um, trying to harm us. And some of the discussions, after some people had seen them like at various times on different pieces of equipment, that it seemed like they didn't like the energy, that somehow they were wished, it was almost like they were trying to fight the energy. It was interfering somehow. So the humming of a transmitter, now having, you know, growed up around, radio stations and stuff and DJing and all that, the hum of a transmitter is like, and it's putting out some juice just to get near it to check, to read the, take the readings off of the thing. But it's putting out some juice. So if anything that was attracted to that energy field, which to insects and other dimensions has a color. So as now subject material has a color. What? Oh my God. But I can see clearly now, um, how it does, and how there are all these invisible monsters that have literally been created out of thought and discussion. And wow. So the obsession of monsters, the obsession of monster hunters, the obsession of superheroes using magic and whatever, potions and so forth, in all kinds of media. All right. Now, for those folks who dream up these monsters, my question is, because in some anime and stuff, there are these energy monsters that can become visible, but are also invisible. So, and it kind of sort of was one of them kicking the head. So I was like, look, there's an example right there in that cartoon. Oh, holy crap. That's exactly what they was showing me. Oh, wow, which prompted this video. So this isn't a new thought, and it is being produced out there. Guess who? To the children, because it's a cartoon. Now, me being a crazy adult who likes cartoons, especially if the story's good, I'm listening to something and it was like, what? What did you just say? Let me back that up and replay that just a second. Oh, holy crap. So, um, there are a lot more people that are aware of these monsters, and the children are learning how to fight them. It's these children that get in these machines and they become these battle bots, and it's the children or the teenagers who develop these things and whatevers and these skills, and some of them are natural skills, but they work hard and train and samurai or whatever. But it is about devotion and honor that the children or the young people or whoever it is, if somebody has fallen down, they have lost honor, you know. And so whatever they're doing, revenge or whatever, they're trying to regain their honor. So there's like good message in some of this stuff, but when they talk about all these monsters, and I'm like, so, and they're dreaming up some really kinky monsters, let me tell you. Some of these anime, some of these monsters, they're kinky in and of themselves. Not only that, but they try to be kinky in the anime, which is interesting. But this obsession of monsters that take these different forms. So, to the trip to the Outback Ether yesterday to see how the energies on subjects pulsated like some of these monsters. And depending on where these energy fields were, they looked like a spider or a thing or a crab and they literally took shape. So it's like, so is anime a bridge between us and like uh, this quote world of monsters of all different sizes and descriptions and everything? But when they showed me that these energies of things could be could be and absolutely in some cases look literally like monsters, I was like, man, I get this now. So whoever is showing us stuff, and to the kids, because they're reinforcing to the kids, which ain't a bad idea. Hey kid, you know, I'm 14 years old, and and my grandfather, whatever, and I'm going to learn how to be and by the time he's 16, he knows how to. He's very adept at something, and is very focused and is very honorable, and like, ain't nothing wrong with that. Whether it has anything to do with kung fu or now some of it's all about learning about magic or learning certain spells or gaining certain powers, but we all have talents that we can develop. So, all in all, not so much the magic, but all in all, it, each of these subjects are teaching or in watching the stories how to get rid of the bad guy and still be honorable. You know, you don't want to stab him in the back when he's not looking, but he would you. But be aware that he'll stab you in the back and that he or she will not be honorable. So interesting, what's that got to do with everything? Because we're in situations right now, and I think some of the future stuff is that we're going to have to, some folks are going to have to understand what that being honorable means. And it's not going to be up to me whether or not, I can't judge folks in this. It ain't up to me to judge, but it is up to me to show a counterpoint of view if there is one. And these guys up here show me stuff all the time. I'm like, that's enough for a while. Let me have a break. You're lucky there since recently. I thought I was crazy for a long time till it started being true what I turned off. You took a bolt through the top of your head. Holy crap! Yeah, I got a. I mean, it's a great big spot. I mean, it was a 16-ounce hammer that hit me. It slipped out of my hand. I was hitting a board. I had the hammer in my right hand and was knocking a board like this, and it slipped out of my hand. It was after one of my operations, and I had no control over my fists, and the hammer slipped out, hit the board, and flipped around and hit me in the head, knocked me out. I made stitches here at the house. I was bleeding like a stuck hog. It was about 11:30 at night. I was here building the house in the kitchen, and my son and one of his friends was out here spending the weekend, and I had way too many beers. But the folks would say, well, you were just drunk. Well, there was that. But if I hadn't have been drunk after I hit myself, I'd have wished that I had been drunk because I literally stitched myself up and tied it together because I was bleeding like a stuck hog. And them poor boys they were terrified because they didn't know how to drive. They could have, didn't know how. And they were like, we need to take you to the hospital. And I was like, I'm too drunk to go. And you can't drive, and neither can I. And I ain't calling, because I'm looking in the mirror and it's like, I had to make me some butterfly bandages. And, I was like, where's the sewing kit? I'll sew this some bitch up, because I was that drunk. But it pretty much, a hammer flying out of, he also got me with a bat. Yeah, I was hitting the back of the head with a bat too. I I have had over 25 brain concussions, and I'm not trying to, you know, um, brag about it. I had a paddy wagon, right, that I turned into a camper, and one year it was so cold. Oh my God, was in the house that eventually burned down. Oh my God, it was a blizzard down here. I mean, literally, it was a blizzard. The snow was going sideways. It was in the teens, and for days we had ran out of firewood, and I was backing up to this tree to cut some dead limbs off of this pecan tree, and it was cold, it was blowing, and I pulled that door back and thought it hurt it, and I thought it latched. But when I touched the brakes, this big, heavy ass sliding door uh, smacked my head this way and closed it in the door. And there was a big metal thing that because I was looking at the door, looking behind me as I was backing up, and the door hit me with this great big steel, and the weight of this solid steel door, because it was a paddy wagon, hit me in the side of the head right here in the temple, drove me to the other side, which was where this thing locked and clicked into, right? And so it hit me on both temples like this, knocked me out. The truck stalled, and I was literally hanging out the truck in the snow, in the blizzard. For my wife said, what were you doing out there? And I was like, because I was freezing. I'd been out there. She didn't know what the hell had happened. I didn't know what the hell happened. But so I got my head smashed in the door. So people were like, you're just done. Look, I didn't plan it. It was an accident. I swear to God, I thought I had that door locked. Uh, Hang on. I have another uh, extreme emergency. I just had a big emergency from the big giant head. So I go in there to, relieve tension. See, is be safe. Um, that one of the things that's going to be supposedly, and I've already, they kind of warned me of this myself. Um, to as far as my journey goes, maybe not anybody else, but for me, that I was going to start seeing things. Um, and the way I'm hearing it in my head is that things, and having seen this spirit, this ghost that woke up and woke me up to get out of the house when the house was on fire, I understand what they mean by out of phase. So this the the ghost of Mr. Croft was always out of phase, but the rocking chair always moved. There were things that happened that obviously, like there was one door that, it just had to stay unlocked. It was to this little room out front. Now, that had a door from the porch to the room, because in the old days, if somebody was caught out when it was, raining or miserable and they couldn't quite get home, you could go in that room, and it was just a bed and maybe a chair and maybe a small table. That was it. And I mean, you could barely turn around in the room. But so it was open for travelers, but it had a door going into the house, and that door would lock. But the door to the porch, you would never, you could lock it, but you come back an hour later and it'd be unlocked. My wife accused me of unlocking that door so many times, and I told her, I said, "You do you understand what this room is?" Well, yeah, so this the next room. And I said, nah, it's not the door to from the porch to that room. All the other outside doors could lock, right? Except that one to that room that stuck out and was like, to the porch. And nobody could understand it. But that's why they couldn't rent the house to three other families while I was in jail in a year or so. Nobody would stay in the house because it was haunted. I got back and they were like, "You're back. No trouble? Anything wrong in the house? No. Anything going wrong? No." Because I already knew there was a ghost there. I'd already made friends with the old man, especially when I found that he had died, and they had his casket in the front room kind of thing. And so when I seen that rocking chair rocking on the front porch, when I'd be sitting out there drinking a beer and smoking a joint, and I'd watch that thing and I go, "I don't know who you are, but I sure ain't it a pretty sunset, you know." And it rocked right along with me. And there were times I would swear I hear him talking to me. There were times I swear I could see this little glimmer of an outline. And folks had talked about the chair rocking on the front porch by itself, and I said, it's the old guy, it's Mr. Croft. It's him. What do you? Oh, the ghosts and things. And I'm just like, okay, all right. But to the point though, uh, he woke me up and to save us from the fire. Because if he hadn't, I wouldn't be here. So it was that kind of a situation. We got out with, you know, I had a pair of pants, no shirt, no shoes, no socks, no nothing. Grabbed a pair of pants and because naked, and out the house I went, and couldn't get to anything else. So yeah. So as I sit here and tell this, and have these strong remembrances, because they were, I wouldn't be here had he not. But so what's coming up is that for me, and now it's like this fourth dimensional thing, people are going to be seeing things out of phase. So it'll be like an outline, and it might take shape, and it might just look like a shadow, but it'll be out of phase, because one of the things of the fourth dimension and that understanding is that it's a different shift of energies. So it's a phase shift. And there are beings who are shifting in and out of phase because of the changes that the planet's going through, and which is affecting some of them. And some of them would never shift in and out of phase before, only in certain circumstances. But the other thing is that some of these energies are going to affect people, so they're going to see out of phase. It's not the entities or whatever we see, they're not necessarily going to be out of phase, but we're going to be able to see them. So we're going to see things that are out of phase to our normal life. Okay. Like seeing orbs for real, and, and seeing pixies, fairies, whatever for real. And, those things that are slightly out of phase from us, which some would say are in different dimensions or whatever, but different dimension is just a different shift. But anyway, uh, and there are other dimensions, but in this reality, there are things that live with us that are just shifted in that frequency out of phase of us into other things, different dimension. To us, it would seem that. But there are literally other dimensional planes, period, But seeing things here does not, that are have been here all along, but because of the phase shift doesn't mean we've shifted into another dimension. Okay. We're seeing what's always been here, but out of phase to us. So it's going to be interesting. There have been several other websites and stuff. Now, this was information that I got for me a while back. Okay. And I haven't really shared it with y'all because it was like, not that I didn't think it was important, but I didn't know that it meant everybody or other people. I figured this was like they're showing me my journey. And I'm like, okay, because I've seen parts of my journey, which means this where we're at right now. I've seen this before, been here, like, oh, we're here now. Okay, I got it. And so some of the things that my spirit guides are sharing with me now are like reinforcements. Remember that time? Yeah, that's what that then is this now. Yeah, okay, gotcha. And it's not necessarily bad. It's that understanding things, seeing things in a different light, seeing different phase shifts, seeing different other stuff without on drugs or whatever. But there are times when they refer me to a time when I was tore up on mushrooms. And remember that time you ate them mushrooms and you saw that? Yeah. Well, this is that without mushrooms. Oh, okay. I got you. You know, so I'm not having flashbacks as far as tripping, but I am flashing backs to things from trips that I've had, which is, okay. I'm not freaking out or anything, but it's like, oh, wow. Now, for me and my journey to have mushroom trips that happened 30 years ago be referenced now? Okay, remember that time you actually? Yeah, I do. Yeah, okay. Well, this is what, holy crap. And then you close your eyes for a minute and the memory is recalled and you go, oh, yeah, yeah, oh yeah. And then whatever that moment was at the moment is brought forward to now for me. And like some of these things have had like literally kind of given me the shakes, literally shake me up, not as a freaky or whatever. It's just the energy's like, holy crap. Oh yeah, and I remember. Wow. So and a lot of this stuff, it's my journey, right? Not to be rude to anybody else. This is what I see stuff and okie doke. And then they say, yeah, but you got to talk about this. Why? because other people might be having this now. Oh, so the message that y'all gave me, it ain't just for me. It's to explain it maybe to other folks because they might have this too, huh? Yeah. Okay. So it's going to be interesting. So whether or not you will experience things out of phase, but understand before you freak out that those things may have been there all along. Okay, maybe. Now, if you're outside at night and the street lamps are acting weird and going on and on, and you feel that you see something out of phase, get the out of there because it that's not a good thing. There are things that are out of phase because it's part of their camouflage, and they are nasty ETs. Period. Now they're not everywhere and they're not after everybody, but they are there. And some people are because they look like demons, okay? But that they are demonic entities that are entering these people, not these particular ones I'm discussing. I can't remember what they're called, but to the point though, they're very nasty and they won't necessarily inhabit you, but they'll influence you and they will probably just outright kill you and maybe even eat you. It will not be pretty. But they're not after everybody. They're sent for specific people types um, as assassins, actually. But you know, one of these things might be in your neighborhood, and you could just be in the way, and you wouldn't know you was in the way, and you would think, "Ooh, I'm seeing something," you know, phasing in and out. Yeah, but it might be the critter that's phasing in and out, not you, which is different. Okay, and some of these critters are not good. But for down here in the woods, there are things that phase in and out, and they're like, I don't know, they look like butterflies that, but they're like all white. And there are times when I want to say, "Ooh, look, there's a fairy," and then they go, "Nah, not necessarily." So I try to stay away from the word, but they do have photographed some stuff that look like fairies. They weren't moths because of the weather, and there weren't any bugs flying. So I mean, you know, so but seeing those things without the use of a digital camera and setting up the flash right to be able to just see them, and for folks who are not used to any of this to start seeing things because of whatever is affecting us now and the energies that are supposedly changing us. So for me, it was just like, this is one of the next things I'm going to learn in my journey as a shaman in training. Okay. So, but now it's, and I've heard other folks has discussed this. So I'm just going to share it with you. It may be that some of these things that we feel and energies and whatever, um, if your incidents of seeing flashes or whatever, or you would have swore there was something there, or just kind of flipped in and then was not there, um, you know, don't be afraid, but keep an eye on it. Um, there are some devilish, I mean, let me use this. I was going to say, and there's some devilish looking critters out there. Now, take a toad frog, for example. I mean, if the toad frog was to be of any size and you didn't know what a toad frog was, is it? Oh, it really is 420. Okay. If if a toad frog showed up, I mean, like, you know, out of phase and then popped in, sort of like, um, the Mad Hatter and sitting around the table with Alice. So, you know, let's join Alice and the caterpillar. Okay. You can get anything you want at Alice's restaurant. Ba-dum, bum. bum. You can get anything you want at Alice's restaurant. Walk right in, it's around the back, half a mile from the railroad tracks. You can get anything you want at Alice's restaurant, except in Alice. Arlo Guthrie. I've seen Arlo in concert several times, and he's like, if anybody in the audience wants to hear Alice's Restaurant, buy the album, cassette, or CD. Thank you very much. Ebolo. Ebolo. Yum, yum. Yum, yum, eat 'em up, eat 'em up. Not much more of that left, but that was fun while I had it. It still is. Yay. I try not. I've listened to some of the Galactic Federation and other folks, and I've listened to, Albert Levermont Weber and Laura Eisenhower and folks and stuff, and I listen with a grain of salt because there are some things that I kind of sort of know or have seen or felt or whatever. And there are other folks, and their stories are really close to mine. And I go, well, I think there might be something. Oh, yeah, David, you too. Um, I I didn't want to be here this late, but, here I am. So thank you for conversations. Thank you for always sharing. And thank you, everybody, Michelle, all y'all. Um, but it's the 420s as we're leaving out of here. You know, I know that different people are at different places with their spiritual journey or their physical journey, and there are different people who expect certain things out of it, and I was doing mushrooms and things a long time ago because I knew way back then that I had some kind of journey that I was already on because of the Mother Mary thing, stuff, right? All the things that have happened to me earlier on. So here I am, led to this place and led to this time, and so it's like for me, it's like it's all coming to fruition. Those things that were not necessary. I don't want to use the word foretold, but kind of shown. Like it was sort of like a preview. Okay, like if you do this, these are this is behind what's behind door number one. If you follow this path, and if you follow the rule of one, and if you do these things, then these are some of the things that you might learn. Like for example, uh, I, back when I thought I was aware and wasn't, and I'm still learning different levels of awareness. And for every time you think you're aware, I mean, there are times when I can literally sort of like on some of these samurai shows where they can feel something's coming up behind them, and I'll like turn around and there will be something there, you know, or whatever. And so it's like I really get it. And for me, I know it's hokey, but I too many times think of Yoda and the Force. And so many folks are like, yeah, it's in the movies and all that. No, 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 no. If you really understand the shaman way and basics and stuff, then you have to understand that there is a force in the universe. Oh, well, that's just made up in a movie. No, it ain't. Because that's one of the things that the shaman will learn, and just circulating the air around him or the effects or the force that he uses of his thoughts, the force of his intentions. And it's like, and so what's going on in the universe? Well, it's the quantum. It's, well, to put it simply, it's the force. So, for every Star Wars movie episode or whatever that has discussed it and seeing different folks' opinions, writers and directors and so forth, as to how the Force is portrayed, I know they got to keep the storyline and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but there's also discussions within it about the Force and the mean evil guy overtaken and Darth Vader and the whole nine yards, right? And people turn into the dark side. And there are people who are actually doing that, turning to the dark side, because they see more personal gain in it here on this earth when, the force extends into the next realms too. So, um, but for a lot of things, um, I I have seen more positive signs by some of the animated series about the Clone Wars, right? Some really well written stories, and the animation's good too. But the stories are what makes it important to me, and the use of the Force and how it's used and how it wasn't used. Didn't want to kill a human being, they would disarm the human, but they would kill a robot. I mean, they were like, but because if someone misused the force and their lightsaber, or whatever, that it was negative in the universe. And so, and to how to use the force, um, and I myself, I know it may sound like I used my 3 days on the river too much as a reference, but there's only one way that I can explain that I survived those 3 days, and that's because of the force. I mean, well, it's the spirit and this and that, yeah, but it boils down to the force, the protection of the thing, and yeah. But I should not have survived them 3 days. I'm here to tell you. And I was laid out, couldn't move the canoe, couldn't walk, couldn't breathe, couldn't stand. And in the middle of the night, there on the river, there were entities that picked my canoe up and tried to drown me 3 times. And I'm just like, this is just not, this just ain't real. I'm living in a horror movie. Couldn't get out of it. But on the third day, I was like, for myself, I was like, I have to gain the force within me. See you all next time too, Michelle. But I had to gain all the force within me to get back down the river to the truck. And I had to go back over trees and humps and stuff, and everywhere I had to go, I had to pull the canoe and all the stuff that I had. And because I'd slipped and hurt my back really bad on the river, that was really hard to do. And I wasn't just on the river, I was on the river and hurt, you know? So, but back to the truck we made. And so I just kept thinking, I'm not in a hurry, but I'm heading back. I'm going to ask the spirits to give me the strength. I'm going to ask the force, give me the strength to, my 17 and a half foot canoe and some gear in it, and it's heavy by itself, but with any kind of stuff in it. So Every time I got to a log, which were quite a few, I had to take everything out, pull pull the canoe over it to get back to the water on the other side, then put all my stuff back in, go to the next log, which might have only been 30 feet away, and do it again. So and then slip in the mud. It was very precarious. And the fact that I made it out and just like didn't get snake bit, I was literally laying in the dirt under some palmetto bushes where I'd passed out. Could have been snake bit, could have been this bit, could have been a bunch of stuff, and it didn't happen. So, in my reflection, in my life, in my going to the mountain, I went to the swamp. But I've been to the mountain too now. There was other events that happened to me when I was in the mountains, but when I think about what's happened just down the road for me a little ways in the experience, in the dry swamp at the time, it still amazes me, obviously. But it also reinforces there's so much more to the universe. Uh, there just is, you know. And whatever the spirits are showing me at the moment in my dream time, I really don't know what it means. They're just saying it's important for us to understand for the next phases that are coming for us. There you go. I love you. And so, and we all keep good attitudes and we keep things short and sweet and simple with a smile, maybe even a smirk, and understand no matter where we are, if something bad is trying to get to us, stay strong and don't piss people or entities off, but be strong and not fearful, and that means a lot. Uh, have enough pride and ego, to stand up straight, you know, period. Whatever that means to you, but um, just stand up straight, say, I'm good, even though it might get you in trouble. Uh, stand up straight. Because when I came off the river, that's the only thing I could think of. Was like, well, if I walk 10 feet, it's 10 feet further to my destination. And it was almost like, with all the sand and stuff and bugs and things, and as hot as it was on the river that year, it was almost like, at times with big open spots and a lot of sand, it was almost like, being in the Sahara. I was in the river bottom, but it was dry. And so, but all the sand and the heat and the stuff, it was like, wow. But anyway, so I've been through I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to get out of the rain. In the desert, you, yeah, for to give you no pain. La 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 la. So, good night, good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you may be. Please share and send the love. And if this video makes any sense at all, try to at least share the concept with somebody if they're confused and don't quite understand what's going on. And it's another level of understanding of how we can um, be effective in the universe. When you understand where the Monstro Invisibales are, then you can better understand a whole nother level of of awareness. And then those beings and things that are hidden in the shadows suddenly come to light. Yeah, not much makes sense anymore. But when they showed me that a topic it has have become entities, I was like, oh, holy crap. But as I have, visited in the dream time, and they made it really obvious and clear. And I was like, oh, and this is really going on. Yeah, all the time. Oh, holy crap. And this is what happens and if you do, and this is what happens if you don't, and this is what happens when people think they do, and this is what happens when they think they do but they're not, and somebody. I was like, oh, holy crap. It was a really interesting trip. I'm still trying to decipher just exactly what it was. I argued tonight that I shouldn't do this video now. I like needed another day or so, but they were like, nah, you need to get this out, because as I discuss it with y'all, then in trying to explain what they showed me, it helps me to understand in different ways what I saw. You know, I still don't know what it means for the future, uh, only that it's important. So I think the information, though, that because I have dwelled on subjects before back in the day, and if you dwell on a subject so long, you get ill or you're just there and you can't get it out of your head, and so that it somehow you create an entity from the intensity of whatever it is you're focused on, right? The rabbit holes I would go down, my bitching about the Vatican, I mean, just stuff, right? So but that I actually made negative energy creatures because of my attitude. I mean, I can literally see how I, back then, without really understanding it, but because for 2 or 3 days I would get on something because of my mental condition and the head injury at that time, that I was literally just ranting on something and going on and coming back and going on, that I was literally creating my own demon, by shaping it what I hated, and I was putting intent into it. And I was literally because, and I kept, so then I would go into a loop and talk about it, and then something else, and that I would somehow, even though I got off topic, something happened, I could all by within an hour or so, I could always find a way to go back on topic. So it was constantly working. I was constantly keeping this intent alive, and after they showed me the other day, yesterday, I was like, oh, holy crap. I literally created my own invisible monsters. You know, they were of my own creation. Wow. Holy crap. Oh, holy crap. So, you know, there are people who create, they want to manifest things and create their new future. Yeah. Wow. It kind of puts, for me, it puts a whole new light on really be careful what you say, you know, and don't say it a lot unless you really mean it. Or, I mean, um, and don't got caught up in somebody else's thoughts, you know, okie doke. Uh, just saying. And what I was saying earlier about, the dancing and the spirits and stuff, um, when I was down on the river and had run into some really nasty spirits, I had no music and couldn't dance. So, you just had to deal. So there are instances in our lives where, you know, um, what normally works for us, we got to adapt, you know? And so what's coming up for us in the future, and no disrespect for what David Castle and I were talking about, but, I get what he meant and means by turning up the music and dancing. But when I was down in the swamp with, negative entities trying to drown me in what little water there was, there was no music and I couldn't dance at the moment. So there are other things you have to do. And sometimes, you know, what normally works, we have to punt, we have to adapt. And our future is obviously, to most of us, we can see we got some adapting to do. So if we adapt our frame of mind and stay out of the chaos, can't get trapped in it. So we see the invisible animals and go, oh, them people that are working that, oh, I see the footprints. Oh, it's one of them invisible. Now, and some of them are going to be good entities. They're still going to be big and kind of monstrous. And here's the thing, there are those things when the house burned down, some people get together and send money or housewares or clothes or something. It's a short-term thing. But for those folks who like, donate to this thing and it's a long-term, blah 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 blah. A lot of times the money don't actually get where it needs to go. So not every good deed actually has a lot going for it. And then there are some that are just so, 90% like right on the money, gets to the people. It goes right to them. There is no middleman. There's no charge. So we got to be careful with some of the stuff that comes up that, well, this is a really good thing to think about and do and say. Be careful. You don't know who else is in the circle of saying stuff. And well, these people, they say it all the time. Yeah, but are you sure what their intentions are? Well, I repeat it all the time, and it seems okie doke, okie doke. But in that law of three that I have put the end of this video in a bunch of times, and I'm still here yakking with my mouth open. I'm on vampire time. I sleep all day and up all night. Yeah, I did that the other day. And when I'm up this early or late in the morning or whatever, you know, I suffer the next day. And and then for the time that I'm connected with some of the stuff they're trying to help me explain. And for me, you know, selfishly, some of this explanation is for me as I'm sitting here. Okay, we're smoking one and having some coffee and sharing some time with folk over the internet and all. That's good, which is proving the connections between us. It's proving, that I keep calling it a social experiment, but no, it's more of a social proving grounds that this stuff exists or works or whatever. And so, okie doke. Um, but if we were to be running a consciousness clinic, what would we like want to do with people? We'd want to keep it simple to help open their consciousness versus talk a lot of prayers and stuff and Buddha and mantras. And because, when Brian and I were discussing it way back when, years before he passed away, that didn't work for us. And so we've always found that there are other ways. So if this works with this guy and dancing and all, well, okie dokie, no problem. But that not might not work for me or this other guy over here. Or what about the paraplegic who can't dance, but who can imagine dancing? Well, okay, but to the point though, to achieve a certain mental or spiritual or whatever it is, each person has to find their own groove in a way. So see what's out there as far as how to achieve it, right? And then find the one that fits you, right? So, but I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and even to come, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings in the universe. And I'm still blown away by the fact that subjects, that some subjects have gained a consciousness. That's a whole new level of awareness to the universe. Monstros Invisibales. it damn sure is worth considering. Look around you and see if any of them monsters are hanging out, and whether or not you, or invisible critters. Okay, but to most people, they look odd and would be considered monsters. And so a lot of stuff like Monsters Inc., you know, a lot of thing about monsters that phase in and out of doors, that come into your dreams, you know what I'm saying? So it's just an interesting, for me, totally different new way of looking at something. So have a great day. Weekend's coming up. Hopefully it'll be a good one for you. This is Friday. Is it the 10th now? It's Friday. Yeah, that's right. It's Friday now. So have a great weekend. Travis and all y'all, Michelle, thanks for coming out. And I haven't opened my email because I've been like literally in another realm. I promise to get to you, okay? And other folks. Love you all. Please be safe. And if it works for you, good. I mean it. You know, till next time, be safe. And from down here in Southwest Georgia, you know, where it's rather foggy outside and the temperatures in the mid 50s, um, please be safe. Drive safely and drive safely in the spirit realm too. So, cheers, everybody. Till next time, I love you all. Cosmic hugs.